From Great American Ballpark, and with the call, we've got Tom Brenneman and Cliff Floyd.
Kevin, thank you very much. The Stars are out tonight in Cincinnati in front of a sellout crowd. The Pirates have 3 of their own headed to the All-Star game. The Reds, Devin Mesoraco, Todd Frazier, and company on their way. Billy Hamilton, not quite yet, but on Billy Hamilton bobblehead night, it may not be long before the speedster is playing in the Midsummer Classic. Central Division rivals, the Pirates and the Reds collide for the second straight night. Cincinnati coming away with a win late in the game last night. A game and a half behind the front-running Brewers, and the Pirates only 3.5 back. Hi again, everybody, alongside Cliff Floyd. I'm Tom Brenneman. Great to have you with us for Baseball Night in America. You know, when you talk about the Pirates, they had the magical run last year. A lot of people think of them as a gritty, tough team, and that they are. But, Cliff, it's also a very talented team.
Yeah, when you look at the top of the order and you look at what Clint Hurdle brings every single night, you got a bunch of guys, Starling Marte, Gregory Polanco, McCutchen. They all at the top, Tom, and when you have guys at the top, they cause havoc for the opposing pitcher, especially in the first inning.
Let's talk about these Redlegs. They've won 21 of their last 30, and a big reason why, the aforementioned rookie center fielder Billy Hamilton. He has been amazing over the last couple of months.
Electric. He comes to the ballpark every single day to play the game the right way. Has definitely slowed the game down, which is important for a rookie. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say 100 games in the big leagues, and you got your bobblehead night, the Billy Hamilton bobblehead night. The game has changed.
All righty, you heard it from him. That wasn't me, Billy, I promise. That was a big fella. Cliff Floyd. Pirates had the last laugh in the one-game playoff against the Reds last year, but Cincinnati so far has dominated the Bucks this year. Round 2 of this weekend series next on Fox. In downtown Cincinnati's Great American Ballpark. Clint Hurdle starting lineup for the Pirates, brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. The rookie Polanco in right field. Travis Snyder, the nod in left. Andrew McCutchen, the reigning MVP in center. Neil Walker at second, Russell Martin catching, and Pedro Alvarez down at third. A ladder third of Gabby Sanchez, Jordy Mercer, and right-hander Charlie Morton. And they'll be going against 7-7 right-hander Mike Leake, a 14-game winner a year ago, and a very fine 3.42 ERA.
Yeah, you know what, Tom, you look at that 7-7 record. He's definitely pitched better. You look at the run support he's gotten in those 7 losses. He only got 8 runs in those 7 losses. So if he gets support, he usually wins ball games. And you look at being careful with 0-2 counts. Has given up 3 homers. Not to say he's lax a little bit, but he's making mistakes with the 0-2 pitch. He has to correct that tonight.
All right, here we go. Polanco digging in. The first pitch is in there, a strike, and this one underway. They've been talking about this native Dominican Polanco for the last couple of years. Their #1 ranked prospect in the organization, and a little more than a month ago they brought him to the big leagues. There's a tapper to Ramon Santiago, who's playing in place of the injured Brandon Phillips, and Santiago throws out Polanco 1 away. No Josh Harrison in the starting lineup tonight. He's a native Cincinnati. And in fact, coming up later on, Josh Harrison is going to join us from the Pirate dugout. And his mom and dad make their home here in Cincinnati. It's an incredible family. And we can't wait to have Mom on the air with us here tonight. She's coming up to the booth.
Bonita. She's coming up here.
Yes,
Can't
she
wait
is.
to get a chance to talk to her about her son and see where you get that smile from.
He is a wonderful young man, and everybody in Pittsburgh is so excited. They're so excited in Cincinnati that Harrison is on his way to the All-Star game Tuesday night in Minneapolis. And, of course, we'll have that game right here on Fox. Game coverage getting underway at 7. And over on Fox Sports 1, all the pregame coverage starts at 4:30 Eastern Time in the afternoon. 1-1 on Travis Snyder. And a tapper once more up the middle. Santiago, a diving play, but can't get up. And the question is, do the Reds have yet another injury? It has been the story of this Reds team the entire year. All of the players that have been hurt, just when they get healthy, the injuries have mounted again this week. And Santiago up on one knee. And, of course, he's already replacing the 3-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove winning second baseman Brandon Phillips, who, making a play like this to his left earlier in the week, tore ligaments in his thumb, requiring surgery, and he'll be out for more than a month.
Yeah, it's always great to see these guys lay out and make the spectacular play, but when you look at type of plays like this, as you see the trainer mess with that left arm, you're always susceptible to this type of injuries. You know, you see with BP the wrist, and now you see with Santiago, you see the trainer looking at that shoulder.
Let's take a look at the injury suffered on Wednesday of this week. It was on the heels of Joey Votto going back on the DL. Phillips a dive, that left hand rolled up underneath him, tore ligaments in his left thumb, underwent surgery yesterday, and maybe breathing a sigh of relief here are the Reds, in that Santiago is at least starting to play catch with his middle infield running mate Zach Cozart, and it looks like he might be staying in this game.
Well, you talk about adrenaline right now. Started the game, and adrenaline's going. You just ran your sprints, so you're in the ball game. We have to watch them closely throughout time, because that thing will start to tighten up on them a little bit as this game progresses.
It is incredible that the Reds are 7 games over 500 when you look at all of these players, and look at the names especially of Phillips, Votto, Marshall, their left-handed setup man, Bruce, a 3-time All-Star, Mesoraco going to the All-Star game, Latos, their best starter, Broxton, the right-handed setup man, Aroldis Chapman for the first month and a half on the DL. 15 All-Star appearances, and yet the Reds are a game and a half out of first going into play tonight.
And I give all the credit to Brian Price. I really do. When you look at guys like this going down, you're talking about superstar players that you can't replace. You can actually put in guys and get them to give you what they have, but you can't replace Votto and Jay Bruce and some of these other guys, Matt Latos. So you give all the credit to Brian Price for his philosophy and keeping these guys together and saying, listen, nobody's crying for us. We got to go out there and still play this baseball between the lines, and they've been doing a great job.
Well, here's a reigning National League most valuable player. He might win it again this year when all's said and done. And McCutchen is hit with a pitch. Now, that was one of the real stories between these two teams last year. 29 times when they played, a batter was hit with a pitch.
You think it's a rivalry?
Cool.
Cutch wasn't happy about that. You always want to hit in the first inning, but you know you'll take it when you get men first and second and one out with a chance to put your team on the board early in the game.
Well, this National League Central Division, of course, had the division champion a year ago, the Cardinals. The two wild card teams came out of the National League Central in the Pirates and the Reds. Clint Hurdle now in his 4th year as a Pirates skipper. They've improved their win total every year, and you go back to the beginning of last year, total of 31 games now into this year, and over 40 batters have been hit with a pitch. Ball 1 to Neil Walker.
There's no explanation for that. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to make a point or whatever. You can talk about rivalry all you want, but you have to be careful when you start hitting batsmen, because it starts to, you know, become a trend of, you know what, we're going to get the last laugh at this, and that's what happens when you start getting guys hurt.
1-0 to Walker. Pirates knocking on the door after an infield hit and a hit batter. And it's 1-1 on Walker. Pittsburgh kid who has been red hot since coming off the disabled list. Actually, when he first came off, it took him a little while to get going. But boy, when he got it going, a 12-game hitting streak, which came to an end here last night for Neil Walker. And he has always worn out Cincinnati pitching in this ballpark. 2-1. Some of the numbers there for Walker over the last 10 games.
You see those last 10 and you look at guys coming off the deal. It always takes you a couple, days to get your feet up under you, get back into a good rhythm. And Neil Walker's definitely gotten himself back into a good rhythm heading to the All-Star break, which you never want to do sometimes, Tom, because you're hot.
Mm-hmm. Hard to believe Mike Leake is only 26 years old. He's seemingly been around forever. Of course, he is only one of 21 players since a major league draft began back in 1965 to go straight from being drafted into the major leagues without playing a minor league game. Former #1 pick out of Arizona State, and was on the club's opening day roster in 2010.
Well, I think to compliment him and what he's been able to do is learn how to pitch. And I always get away from the electric fastball sometimes and get to the effective fastball, the one that you can keep down in the zone and get hitters off of it to get to your out pitches. Now, I know we talked about him in his 0-2 counts, but he's a guy that doesn't want to waste pitches. He wants to give you what he has every time he throws the ball to the plate.
Well, he has just walked Neil Walker, and the Pirates have the bases loaded. League taking a long look at home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez, wondering where that 3-1 pitch just missed. Still looking in there.
You see this pitch? I'll say it's a little down. If he's going to stay there all night, I don't think neither team will have a problem with it.
So now they're loaded for Russell Martin, another guy injured early in the season. And boy, since coming back, this Pirate team has taken off. They're loaded with one away, and not a ball has left the infield. Strike one to Russell Martin.
I love our conversation today with Clint Hurdle about Russell Martin and what he brings to the table every single day. You're talking about he says a backyard type of ball player. Doesn't care who's watching him, but comes with a big heart to win a game. And you talk about guys like that and you go, forget the stats, forget the money, forget everything that goes. I want to win a ball game every night. And it becomes contagious with the rest of your boys in the locker room and in the dugout.
0-1 to Russell Martin with the bases loaded and a high fly ball into center field. Tagging is Snyder. Hamilton coming in with a throw. And here comes a throw to the plate. They let it go, and safe as a call. 1-0 Pirates on the sac fly RBI by Russell Martin.
It was a great throw by Billy Martin. And you look at the throw right here. It gets under nicely. Nice throw, but you see this last kick off the mound right there, and Mesoraca couldn't come up with it. 1-0 Pirates. I just called Billy Hamilton Billy Martin.
That's all right. That's all right. Well, it's not the first time that's ever happened after Morton just swung the bat and Hamilton caught it. So there you go. Combination of the two.
Billy Martin, ain't that something?
Well, if you just started your broadcasting career, I can assure you that will happen many, many times.
Oh, man.
Well, now Pedro Alvarez. He hit a big 3-run home run in the ball game here last night against Matt Latos. You know, we were talking about all those Reds injuries and all the guys having spent time on the DL. The last 2 nights, the Reds have had starters leave the game due to injury. 2 days ago was Homer Bailey, and Matt Latos was suffering through back spasms last night. They believe both of them will be all right. Neither one scheduled to start until after the All-Star break. 1-0 to Alvarez. It's been feast or famine really for Alvarez in his career. Former #1 pick out of Vanderbilt, led the league in home runs last year, also led the league in strikeouts last year.
Now, I think you can deal with those. When you look at last night's homer, you know, this is why you can deal with the strikeouts, because a guy like this is going to give you the power in the middle of the order, 3-run homers, you know, solo homer, whatever he gives you every night. I can live with the strikeouts if he's going to give me the production he's gotten thus far from Pedro.
1-1 the count, and it's off the outside corner. Now, the big issue with Alvarez right now that everybody's talking about, his throws over to first base. Here you see all the home runs going over the last 2.5 years in Major League Baseball. Only Stanton has more. The Reds right fielder Jay Bruce just behind Alvarez. But he threw a ball into the stands last night, and that is something that is happening with a great deal of frequency this year. I mean, this is a routine play, and it looks a lot like this. Nowhere near the first base.
And when you talk about, you know, that type of play right there, Tom, that's an atom ball. What I mean by the atom ball is right at them. Those are plays that are typically easy for guys, especially at the big league level, but they are not easy for guys that are in their heads and thinking about them. And I think Pedro's right now in his head thinking about these plays, as opposed to when he has to react to a great play, diving to his left or diving to his right. He gets up and doesn't think. It makes it easy to throw across to the diamond right on target.
There you see the most errors among all players in Major League Baseball the last 2.5 years. He has 19 this year. Of the 19 this year, 18 of them are throwing errors. It's been a very weird inning for the Pirates. Well, they've come up with a run, and they have the bases loaded on another pitch that misses. And again, Leake staring in at the home plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez.
That one's a little better than when I called the one down earlier. So, I don't know what to say now. He on his own out there.
So you had an infield hit by Snyder. McCutchen hit by a pitch. Walker walked. A sac fly knocked in a run. And now a second walk in the inning loads him up for Gabby Sanchez. 2 are out. Strike 1. Leake normally is a strike machine. He has only walked 24 batters in 121 innings this year. So this is clearly not his MO, to hit a batter and walk 2 in a game, much less an inning.
Yeah, he prides himself on control, and when you look at his success is when he gives you, the quality pitches that he throws up there consistently, and he's consistently always around the zone. That's why when you look at his record, you go, I'm not going to buy the record. I'm going to buy what he's done through all the other stats, and he's been that good for the Reds thus far.
All right, you mentioned now an 0-2 count has not been all that friendly to Leake at times this year. It's 0-2 here on Gabby Sanchez, and a swing and a foul tip to hang around.
Well, in this situation, for me, Tom, when you have bases loaded, when you talk about wasting a pitch 0-2, you can't really do it in the dirt because you risk throwing the ball and getting a pass ball. So in this situation, you have to elevate the ball and you have to make quality pitches, but you still have to be smart, maybe elevating a fastball up out of the zone.
The Cardinals are hammering the Milwaukee Brewers. That game is in the bottom of the 9th inning. In fact, we're told the final out has just been recorded. The Cardinals beat the Brewers by a final count of 10-2. Slow roller down to third. Frazier will play to first, and that'll do it in the Pirates' first inning. But they come up with a run on one hit and leave them loaded. The Reds come to bat against Charlie Morton when we return. Presented by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Big round of applause for Billy Hamilton. He'll lead off, followed by Santiago and Todd Frazier, an all-star third baseman. Jay Bruce and right. Devin Mesoraco on his way to the all-star game. Ryan Ludwig in left. With a latter third of Brian Pena for the injured Joey Votto, Zach Cozart, and Mike Leake. Against right-hander Charlie Morton, who has thrown the ball very, very well this year. Healthy again.
Yes, he is. He's definitely healthy, and when he's healthy, it gives him an opportunity to utilize, all his pitches. And with my scouting report today on the big right-hander, staying consistent. He had one hiccup against the Cubs a couple starts ago, but other than that, he's been very consistent, giving his team quality innings, which has been huge in their turnaround in the last month. And the fact that he's able to utilize his curveball and sinker is the fact that he's healthy. And I think that goes hand in hand with all his pitches.
Billy Hamilton, a .285 batter, 5 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Most of you started to hear about Billy Hamilton. If you follow minor league baseball, really you don't have to follow minor league baseball. He set an all-time record in the history of professional baseball when he stole 155 bases 2 years ago. And he is out of there on strikes, and there's that breaking ball you were talking about.
Yeah, and you know what? He can get to that out pitch when he establishes fastball and that sinker early in the count. And you see it's just a nasty pitch in on the hands of Beheim, and he just can't do nothing with it.
In 2012, Morton underwent hip surgery. He spent most of last year, the early part of the year, recovering from Tommy John surgery. He didn't return until June. And he went through a 6-start span where he had an ERA at 1.7. Was so dominant when they needed it. This ball driven into right field off the bat of Santiago, but landing in the mid of Polanco, and quickly 2 away on 5 pitches for Charlie Morton.
And I can't emphasize when you talk about health for Charlie Morton, because I've always said that he's had that devastating sinker for a long time, but he couldn't control it. He wasn't healthy enough to be consistent with it. And now he's out there. He leads the teams in starts, making his 18th, 19th start on the season, and that's consistent what the Pirates need. That's consistent when you talk about them turning around. Well, you need guys like Charlie Morton, because you're down a guy in Cole, who, when you look at the rotation, you're missing guys like that, and Francisco Liriano's just coming back tomorrow. So you need guys to step up, and he stepped up big time.
Yeah, they even had Wandy Rodriguez as well. So 3/5 of their rotation has been turned upside down. Cole has gone on the DL for the second time. So they are really leaning hard on Morton. And they've gotten a nice surprise from the one-time Red All-Star in Edinson Volquez, coming off a great game in St. Louis. 1-2 to Todd Frazier in the crowd already, along with some of the Reds players, not really getting behind the home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez tonight.
And that's why I talked about being consistent earlier. And in the game, if you're going to call for both sides, then nobody has a problem. But when you start being one-sided, you're going to hear from the fans. And that's always good for me. I always like when the home team fans get involved. That means they care. They know what's going on. They know that wasn't a strike.
And that one shot into right field for the All-Star third baseman Frazier. And he's a 2-out base runner. All right, let's get to our keys to the game. Cornelius Clifford Floyd, brought to you by the Lincoln Motor Company.
Well, we talked about mistakes with the Pirates. You look at last night's game, make a few mistakes, letting the team get back into it. You eliminate those mistakes, you give yourself a chance to win ball games. Little things win ball games. And for Cincinnati, just keep hitting. Not only keep hitting, but keep hitting with runs in scoring position. Saw last night, big eighth inning. 2-out RBIs are always huge, and they got it last night in the eighth inning. So those are my keys for today, and we'll see what happens. But, I just like when you talk about teams and hitting.
And Frazier, that's the one part of his game that continues to surprise the opponents. Frazier's not some big slugger all the time. That's 14 stolen bases for Frazier.
We see the movement he has over there at first base, and Charlie didn't stop him. You got that lead foot, in the right direction. And you always look and go, well, you have to stop him as a pitcher. When you don't stop him, you give him momentum going to second. He's taking off.
And that pitch, by the way, was called a strike on Jay Bruce. Now it's 1-1 strike. Bruce, for the first time in 3 years, not going to the All-Star game. Injured his knee early in the season, tried to play through it without telling anybody, according to the Reds, for the better part of about 3 weeks. And then finally, he underwent surgery on that knee and spent 15 days on the disabled list.
You know what? I had meniscus tears my whole career, Tom, and I'll tell you what, you always come back earlier. You just do, because you want to get back. You start rehabbing the day after you have the surgery. You're in the water, moving around, and you start feeling good. So you want to come back, and Jay Bruce is one of those guys that want to help. He want to be out there. He want to be out there in the field. You have to protect him. And I think him coming back, he could use these 4 days coming up for the All-Star break.
Struck him out on a good breaking ball, and that'll end it in the Cincinnati first inning. Pirates lead 1-0. You're watching an All-Star edition of Baseball Night in America. By Taco Bell, sometimes you gotta live Moss. Sellout crowd on hand at Great American Ballpark. 1-0 the visitors in front of the hometown Reds. 8-9-1 in the batting order. Mike Leake threw 24 pitches in the first inning. And Jordy Mercer takes high for ball one. Mercer took over as a regular shortstop midway through last season. And then it was a Friday night game in September when he fielded a routine ground ball off the bat of the Reds' Todd Frazier. He threw it in the stands. The Reds scored 3 runs in the 9th inning, won it in the 10th. And over the last couple of weeks, it was no longer Mercer in the lineup. It was Clint Barmes. Picking it all year long as this shortstop Cozart and his throw is in the dirt. And Pena unable to scoop it out of there. That'll be a base hit.
Great play by Cozart in the hole. Takes a step, gets the ball over there quick. Throws in the dirt, and if you have Joey Votto over there, maybe he scoops this thing. But you talk about a guy in Brian Pena not getting a lot of opportunity, a lot of reps over there first. See the scoop comes up a little bit short, but you know, in his defense, he doesn't play that often, and you have to accept that as you move forward.
Well, now Charlie Morton, the batter. He has 6 sacrifices this year. That one fouled off, strike one. Now, you were a guy who was asked to make the move from the outfield to first base in your career, early in your career. Jay Bruce has played first base already a couple of times during this homestand for the first time in his career.
Yeah, you know what? You do what you do what you're asked to do. But I think in his case, Jay Bruce went in there and said, listen, to help this team, I'll play first base. I know I didn't play at the big league level, but you know, I've played it before. I can help this team over at first, and then we can get some more guys involved.
Leake unable to handle it. He was thinking about second base, and he ends up getting it out at first.
And you know what? When you look at what's going on right now, and transition from the outfield to first base, it's always hard. I mean, you're a little spooked, and you know you have to settle your nerves a little bit and get involved. We see this play by Leake. It's, you know, as you talked about, Tom, she's looking to go to second base, but still got the out, so can't be too mad about that.
Well, you know, you and I were talking about first base. I think a lot of us think from time to time you can stick anybody over there at first base. Yeah. Not as easy as it looks.
No, you better believe it's not as easy. I mean, you talk about guys getting over that first base and saying, well, you know, you just get beat up a little bit and get the ball and go tag first. A lot of things that go along with playing first base. We saw the throw the other day with Pena. Just those quick in the moment type of plays that you have to make on the run that you sometimes, you know, you just can't make them on the fly like that.
Well, now back to the top of the order. Runner in scoring position is Mercer, and here's Polanco, who bounced out to the second baseman, leading off the game. These Pirates were an incredible story a year ago. They had not had a winning season since 1992. That was the final year of 3 consecutive divisional championships under their manager Jim Leyland. All 3 years they lost in the LCS. But then last year, 94 wins. Went to the division series where they lost to St. Louis. They had the National League's most valuable player, the National League's manager of the year, the Major League comeback player of the year in Liriano. Alvarez won a Silver Slugger. Their first postseason appearance since 1992.
That was a great stat. You talk about 303 wins since that time of what, 9 years, 8 years. And you know, it starts with guys like Polanco. It starts with getting that talent to be able to make the adjustments. And you see this swing right here. You know what? That was in between them, but the third base coach said, third base umpire said he swung. So, but you talk about talent, and the Pirates have a bunch of it. And you also look at that guy right there, Clint Hurdle. And the fact that he comes with the spirit, he comes every day. He comes with a great spirit. He comes with a great message to get these guys going. Even when they was getting beat up in April, this team still came to play every single night. You saw them on top step, getting ready to play a big league game every night, involved, and it's turned around for them.
Well, these have been the 2 hottest teams in the National League going back to the beginning of June. Reds have won 21 of their last 30. We mentioned Hurdle winning the National League's manager of the year last year. Brian Price, of course, in his first year managing at any level, replacing Dusty Baker. Pulled foul.
Loved our conversation with Brian Price today. I thought it was terrific just to be able to hear him making the transition from a pitching coach to a manager and all the things that he has to make the adjustments with. You know, getting to know the players, positional players, because he knows the pitching staff. These guys can still come to him with some, you know, and get some great advice. But you're talking about getting the relationships that you need with your position players, with your bench, as he's talked about with Heisey and some Santiago getting opportunities to play more. Those are always key to being a successful manager, and getting these guys ready to play when they, you know, like Santiago, you know what, you're playing tomorrow, get your rest.
Fly ball short center, and Santiago out there to get it to end the inning. A scoreless inning for the Pirates. All-star Devin Mesoraco, a Pennsylvania native, will lead it off when we return. Tuesday night, baseball's best will gather in Minnesota as the captain Derek Jeter will take the field his final All-Star game. Should be an unforgettable night. Our special coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star game coverage at 7:30 on Fox. Andrew McCutchen will be in the starting lineup that night. And who knows, maybe Devin Mesoraco will be in the lineup that night. Yadier Molina was voted as a starter by the fans, and of course, unfortunately and sadly for the game of baseball, yes, Molina was injured in the series against the Pirates, his thumb, and they're figuring he's going to be out at least a month and a half. So Mike Matheny, a former All-Star catcher himself, will have to make a decision as to what starter the National League will be behind the plate. And they'd be celebrating in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, if it's Devin Mesoraco.
Well, listen, he's deserving of it, I tell you that. I mean, I love his approach. I love the fact that he doesn't miss mistakes. He will crush you if you make a mistake, and you take that lightly sometimes. But as he strikes out right here, but he takes such a big hack, and he still is able to make solid contact. Just look at these numbers right here. I mean, those are all-star numbers. However you look at it, he should get an opportunity to go to Minneapolis.
Well, you know, he's from that town where they have the Groundhog Day. You know, Punxsutawney Phil. Now, do you think if a guy from Punxsutawney makes the All-Star game, that maybe Phil hangs outside for a while?
100%.
Charlie Morton is throwing strikes coming out of the gate here tonight. And boy, after the way the Pirates lost this game last night, they need Morton to deliver the goods. They had a 5-1 lead going into the 7th inning against this really just injury-ravaged Reds lineup. I mean, you looked up and down, and it's certainly not to say other guys can't do the job, because last night they did it.
Yeah, and you know
what? The Reds were getting hits from the bottom part of their order, and guys that by and large have been coming off the bench, and now they're forced into the lineup.
Yeah, and getting the opportunity to play more time. And I think at the end of the day, you look at that game last night and you go, well, Santiago, Brian Pena, 2 RBIs. You talk about Devin, Mesoraco getting a big homer. Those are things, when you talk about the bottom of the order, you talk about depth. You talk about teams that are deep. And the Reds are deep. When you look at the lineup, I know you're missing Joey Votto, but you still have a deep lineup of guys that play the game the right way.
1-2 to count on Ryan Ludwig. And that breaking ball didn't miss by much. "15 strikes of his first 21 pitches, and that one fractionally off, according to Manny Gonzalez. And grounded to Alvarez. Now, what kind of throw from his knees? And it's in the dirt and then out of the glove of Sanchez, but it wasn't a bad throw.
No, and that's the play that he typically makes easily. It's the ones that's right at him that gives him a hard time. It's a tough scoop for Gabby over there first. Look at the replay on this one. Nice dive to his right, comes up on his knees. It makes a nice accurate throw. Just, the throw that you need over there, but Gabby just can't come up with it.
I tell you, the mind is a funny thing and a very strange thing, because clearly it is not a physical problem for Alvarez. He has an excellent arm. As Pena takes off the inside corner, ball 1. On the plays, as you mentioned, Cliff, where he's diving or comes charging in on a bunt, has to pick it up bare hand. Pedro's thrown strikes to the first baseman. But like we showed you a minute ago, of his 18 throwing errors, most of them have been on ground balls where he has a second or two to gather himself, set his feet, and nowhere near the first base.
No, and we have this problem also when you look in the nation's capital. And Ryan Zimmerman over third base, another all-star type player. When you look at his thought process through these plays, a lot of plays to his left and right, swinging bunts, as you mentioned, makes him with no ease. And then he has a play right at him, air mails it. And that's just, that thing between the ears getting in the way.
Sanchez to second, relay throw to first, and that's a double play to end the inning. 1-0 Pirates at the end of 2. We're back to Cincinnati after a word from your local Fox station. by the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Visit your Lincoln showroom today. Great to have you with us on a beautiful weather night in downtown Cincinnati. They're jam-packed into Great American Ballpark tonight. Tonight and tomorrow around Major League Baseball before the 4-day All-Star break. Of course, the Home Run Derby will be on Monday. The All-Star game right here on Fox will be on Tuesday as McCutchen rips one to the left center field gap. Hamilton over to cut it off, but not before McCutchen leads things off for the Pirates in the third with a double.
He's so good at just making a pitcher, throw the pitch that he wants, and he sits all over.
Fox will be on Tuesday as McCutchen
out of the box, always hustling, and starts ending off with a double.
The first 4 hits in this game, 3 of them never left the infield. That's our first extra base hit. And in our conversation, and you had a lengthy one yesterday with Clint Hurdle, the manager of these Pirates, you talked about the little things and about they're not little things.
Right.
Clint Hurdle said, people refer to them as little things. They're not, because if you do them, they add up to big things. So situation here, lead off double. Can you get that runner in?
Well, you have to first of all play the game in between lines the right way, and and Neil Walker knows he has to get this guy, get this guy over to third base. But you talk about the series before this one for the Pirates in St. Louis. First 3 games, 2 for 30 runs in scoring position, you lose 3 games. Next game, you go 4 for 14 with runs in scoring position, you win 9-1. Those are little things I'm talking about that's going to give you the opportunity to win ball games and win series.
Good numbers for Walker with runners in scoring position. That's about 25 points higher than his overall batting average this year. 0-1 to Walker, who walked his first time up. And 0-2.
Like the swing right there, trying to get that ball over to the right side of infield. Give McCutchen in scoring position. Well, actually get him to third base with less than 2 outs. He's already in scoring position.
Both of these teams well aware that the Milwaukee Brewers lost for the 11th time in their last 12 games. Earlier today, Adam Wainwright getting the win for St. Louis. That pitch in the dirt. Wainwright picking up his 12th win, and he joins the Reds' Alfredo Simon as the only 2 12-game winners in the National League. And of course, they're hoping here in Cincinnati that Alfredo Simon will be named still to the National League's All-Star team, and he's earned it.
And rightfully so. I mean, he's done a terrific job for these Reds. You talk about guys that have been missed, throughout the first month of the season. Matt Lato's missing time, so he's been a huge boost for them and what they've been able to do the month of June.
One and 2 to count on Walker. McCutchen at second with none out here in the top of the third. Pirates trying to add to a 1-0 lead. 2-2. You have to keep an eye on McCutchen. He is perfect in his 15 stolen base attempts this year. Now with nobody out in the inning, he doesn't figure to be taken off here for third, but if you completely go to sleep out there, he'll be one of the first guys to pick that up. Pulled foul again. It remains 2-2 on Walker.
Such a smart baseball player. He feeds off of guys like you just said. Lulling them to sleep, putting them in a position where you're at his disposal. And I think when you look at guys like that, and what I mean by that is, he's always going to make you make the mistake. He's always going to put you in a predicament that he's in control. And that's why he's the reigning, MVP, because he comes to the ballpark every single day to not only win a ball game, but to also, carry his club. And that's why he's an MVP. That's why when you look at those 15 for 15s, that's a smart base runner to me. That's not a guy just running to be running.
Pitch is really piling up for Leake, and that is not his MO, and we showed you earlier in the game. Generally very pitch efficient. Pull to the right side. Well done by Walker. That'll advance McCutchen on to third. One out in the inning. Russell Martin coming up. Fox Sports supports. Proud to collaborate with Stand Up to Cancer, a groundbreaking initiative created to accelerate innovative cancer research. It gets new therapies to patients quickly in order to save lives right now. If you'd like more information, we invite you to visit foxsportsupports.com. Red's going to bring their infield in. Russell Martin knocked in the game's only run with a sac fly to center field in the first inning. And he'll do it again here in the third. That one caught by Bruce. He'll air it out. But McCutchen runs far too well, and he beats a throw. Couple of sac fly RBIs, and that's the old get him on, get him over, get him in. 2-0 Pirates.
Fundamental baseball. This is pitched by Lee. And I watch, when I watch Russell Martin and BP today, this is all he did. Just flip balls to right field, and it helps you in the game. Practice, you know, it gives you opportunity to come in the game and put it into action. Right there, did his job, you know, and you got a fast run at third base. All you got to do is put it in there, put it in play. He's scoring.
So the base is empty, 2 away, 2-0 Pirates. And here's Pedro Alvarez, who walked his first time up. Alvarez started the year batting in that cleanup spot for these Pirates, but with his inconsistency at the plate all year long, were it not for Starlin Marte not being here right now on the bereavement list for a couple of days, and we certainly send our thoughts and prayers to him, and hopefully he and his family are hanging in there. Alvarez has been dropped oftentimes to the latter third in the batting order. But tonight, hitting in the number 6 spot.
I said earlier in the broadcast, you can live with the homers. You can live with him going out there and putting the ball in the seats and giving you some RBIs. But the one thing, when you're hitting fourth, when you're hitting cleanup, you have to be able to hit with runners in scoring position. You have to be able to capitalize on opportunities. And, you know, hitting 211 on the season and 90 at bats is not going to cut it. But he's still an effective ball player that I want in my lineup. He's going to give me everything he has every night. We talked to Clint earlier about that. He comes to work every day, you know, with a job to do. He gets it done.
2-2 and a high bouncer. Charging hard is Santiago. Alvarez can run a little bit, and he's thrown out by a step. But the Pirates get a second run and lead after 2.5 in Cincinnati, 2-0. Night in baseball, but on one night they'll happen in one place. The 85th All-Star Game. Fox Sports 1's All-Star coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern Time, live from Minneapolis. Game coverage 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 on Fox. Zach Cozart to begin the Reds' third inning, their everyday shortstop. Facing Charlie Morton, who's only allowed a couple of hits, one to Frazier, one to Ludwig. And a ground ball to the shortstop, Mercer. One out. Now, the best hitting pitcher over the last 5 years in baseball has been Mike Leake. You don't need to tell the Pirates. Went 2 for 3, had a double to lead off the third back on April the 15th. And in the 6th inning against Garrett Cole, a 2-run home run. But Leake has not been as good at the plate this year as he has been his first 4 years. He's got 3 career home runs. But he's not knocked in a run since that 2-run home run.
Let me tell you, some of these guys, some of these pitchers don't look like hitters. Mike Leake looks like a hitter to me. He gets in the box. He's taking pitches. You saw that pitch he took, the first pitch of this at bat. And, you know, I think when you start to put that effort in, you make that pitcher make a mistake. You look at the count, it's 2-0 on Mike Leake. Now you make Charlie make that mistake, and he'll make you pay. But you have to work at the craft. You can't just come to the ballpark and say, listen, in the National League, and now in both leagues, you have, wow, you got jam right there.
Looking bat roller, Alvarez can't find the handle, finally does, and throws out Leake 2 away. With 2 away and nobody on, here comes Billy Hamilton. He's our game changer. And the game changer profile brought to you by T-Mobile, official sponsor of Game Changers. If they took a vote today, they wouldn't even have to take the vote. But it's a long year. He would be the landslide, perhaps even unanimous winner for the National League's Jackie Robinson Award as a Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, he's got to stay healthy second half. Bottom line. I mean, the guy has made the transition as easy as possible, you know, for Brian Price and the Reds organization, because you look at the leadoff spot and everybody says, well, you know, how valuable is it? Well, he'll let you know. He's letting you know right now how valuable the leadoff position is, and the fact that he's been able to handle all the pressure that came along with, can he handle playing every day and this and that out of spring training. He's done a fine job. Electric ball player, comes to the ballpark, you know, every day to get better. I had a chance I don't know if it was last year or a year before, to see him at the Rising Star game down in Arizona. Smile was just,
yeah.
I mean, I talked to him for 15 minutes, you know, just about the game. He loves to talk about the game, and that's the type of ball player he is. So I'm looking forward to seeing him grow in this game for a long time.
It was amazing how many of the quote unquote, well, hang on a second now, in the spirit of the World Cup, it looks like Travis Snyder was trying to, you know, launch a full volley on that one coming down from the outfield seats. He did, but he looked like you know, there's some of those guys who go for that kill and they whiff. And speaking of the whiff, there it's Hamilton, and that's 4 strikeouts through the front 3. Sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser, here's to baseball. And by the new Samsung Galaxy S5. The next big thing is here. Pirates have a 2-0 lead as they come to bat here in the top half of the fourth inning against Mike Leake. It'll be the latter third in the batting order. Gabby Sanchez, Jordy Mercer, and Charlie Morton against Mike Leake. And I got to tell you, we brought up earlier that Josh Harrison, who is not in the Pirate lineup tonight, which bummed us out as soon as we got here because, we brought up the fact that Josh is born and raised and still makes his home right here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Went to nearby Princeton High School as that one is in the center field, a base hit. And his mom, Bonita, has been kind enough to join us up here in the booth. And I want to ask you, Mom, before we get to Josh, because he's joining us from down in the dugout, can you believe your son is going to play in the All-Star game?
Wow. I can say yes and no. Yes, I believe he can play in the All-Star game. Do I really believe it's happening? I think I'm still in shock. But I know through his hard work, he does deserve to be there, and I do believe it.
Josh, can you believe you're going to the All-Star game?
It's one of those things that's still surreal. Still going through the day-to-day things, but every day I'm getting messages that keeps confirming that I'm going.
But when this year started, Josh, you were a guy that has come off the bench. You're so valuable to your team because you can play anywhere in the outfield. You play second, you play short, you can play third. You've become now pretty much an everyday player without an everyday position. So when this year began, what was your goal when this year began?
To make the most of my opportunity. I knew coming into this year it was going to be the same that I've been in, and as bouncing around and playing other positions. And unfortunately this year we've had some injuries. Marte, Walker, which allowed me to get some playing time. You never wish for injuries, but I got an opportunity to play every day, which is all I could ask for. Coming up through the minor leagues from playing every day and then coming up here to not playing every day was a tough adjustment. And it feels good to be able to be back in that role to come in and pretty much have a chance of playing every day.
Josh, not only from Princeton High School, but also played collegiately at the University of Cincinnati. But I want to go way back. We're going to put up a picture here now, Josh. And if we embarrass you, I'm sorry. Blame Mom.
Look at that.
Now, this is Josh, if I'm not mistaken. Bonita, you correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to let you tell this story, okay? These are pictures of Josh as he started working his way up. As there's another base hit for the Pirates, 2 on and nobody out. He was 3 years old, wanted to play on his older brother's baseball team, right? They said, no, he's too young, you got to be 5. And at that point, Mom did what?
I started my own team. I knew he could play. I tried to convince them. They wouldn't listen to me. I'm a woman.
And so you said what? Now I'm going to take over as the coach?
Because they wouldn't let him. I said, we're going to start our own, and I'll be the coach. And my sister and 2 other friends, they came along with my idea.
No kidding.
We had 20 kids.
And how did he do that?
He was everywhere. He was such a star. The men came back and said, okay, we'll take him now.
And what did you say at that point?
I resigned after that year.
You did? All right.
Mission accomplished.
Did you have fun, though?
Josh, do you remember that year?
Fun, huh?
Yes.
Honestly, I really don't.
You don't? All right.
I remember playing when I was 3, but I can't really tell you I remember playing.
Because you had a couple of brothers that were really good athletes, right?
Yeah, 2 older brothers, Vince and Sean.
And Mom says, I'm now the boss. She was a boss anyway, right? I mean, your dad, he had been senior, right? He knows that.
That's right.
That's right.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
I'm learning that one.
I stole that from Josh.
Yeah, we knew that. We knew we better be on our P's and Q's because Mom would know. And if she knew and she told Dad, my dad ain't a small dude. So.
He's not a big guy?
Yeah, he's not a little guy.
But your mom, John, I mean, you have to look. Every kid, if you're fortunate enough to grow up with a mom like you, Bonita provided, you're 3 boys, and to grow up. I mean, there are no words, Josh, you could ever say, are there, to thank this lady right here for everything she's done in your life?
Oh, no. Words can never describe that. That's why as we get older, we try to take care of them because they've been there for us from day one. And, I mean, I wouldn't be here for the support of her and my dad. They go hand in hand. And, I mean, you look at them today, I'm not playing, but they're still here. That says enough.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
There's Dad.
Yeah, the dad out there chilling. But I said that earlier. My mom wouldn't been here. She'd been like, you ain't playing, I ain't coming.
Oh, yeah. And that one thrown away by Leak. And the Pirates will add another run. And this is a very un-Mike Leak-like performance so far here tonight.
Yeah, it is. Has made a couple of mistakes, but, you know, that's been the MS for him. When he makes mistakes, he doesn't fare too well.
A throwing error on Leak makes it a 3-0 Pirates lead. They have a runner at third with only 1 out in the inning. And Polanco, the batter, who's 0 for 2. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Pirates, and Leak will work out of his regular windup. Now, Mom, are you his? I know you're his biggest fan, but are you his biggest critic, or does Dad step in there and handle that part?
That's Dad's part.
It is.
Yes.
Yes.
I stay on my mama's side on that one.
You want to be the nice guy in this operation, right?
I can say it in a nice nasty, but
you can.
Yes.
Yeah, they have that technique down. I'm telling you.
They don't really get into that. My dad don't either. They let me be more than anything. I'll talk to my older brother Vince. He's the one they probably know.
But I got to tell you, Josh, after seeing your dad here in the stands, and I know he's an associate minister, so I know he's a good man. But I got to tell you, he is a big man.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to be fooling around with him. There's a base hit into right field by Polanco, and it's now 4-0 Pirates.
Now, Mom, I had a chance to see a couple of those pictures of your boy, clean shave.
Oh, man.
You know, listen, I'm giving it to you, Josh. I got to ask him now. You like him clean shave? You like the beard?
You know, I like what he likes.
Okay.
If he's happy, I'm happy. I love him to pieces.
Now, he look good both ways.
He does. He does.
I get that from my mama.
But I think the beard gives him a little more distinguished
a little
look.
edge.
Since he has a baby now, I guess he has to have that look. Because otherwise, he's just going to be my baby.
Oh.
Now, are you going to step in there and be the coach if they tell your grandbaby that they're not old enough to play? Are you ready to go round 2 in the coaching circles?
Well, if I had to, but I think I made a mark. And I probably have people I could call, you think? Somebody will step up.
You're okay. You're okay.
You know, Josh, I got to tell you, we might keep Mom and travel with her all year long. She may not be coming to Pittsburgh.
She does a good job. I know.
Now, what are your plans, Mom, for the All-Star game? I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into probably getting everybody together and make sure you're there, because that's obviously a night you would never miss.
Well, we have a lot of family here for support tonight from out of town, and we're going to get through tonight. And then tomorrow they're going to have to pack. While we pack, they have to go home, and we have to get ready to go to Minnesota and just get away from Cincinnati right now. It's just been kind of hectic.
She's smart. She get them all to the Cincinnati game. At home here in Cincinnati, then you go to Minneapolis, you go, you know what? Hey, y'all stay home. Let's go enjoy this. You're smart.
We're going to let it down. We're going to let our hair down in Minnesota. We're going to enjoy it.
Good for you, Mom. You deserve it. And
Thank you.
It's just great stuff. I mean, and you know, we can all read about a story here or a story there that seemingly is on us every single day, but we've always heard so much about you and your husband, and obviously so many great things about Josh, and like him, I grew up in this town, and I know the whole town is so proud of him. There's a base hit that dribbles into center field. Boy, and everything seemingly going the Pirates' way here tonight. And Josh, that clearly has not been a story for your team so far the last week or so.
Yeah, we ran into a couple of rough stretches. I won't even say rough. I mean, those games in St. Louis, you know, those first 3, we're right in every one of them. And you know how baseball is, man. One crack of the swing, one play here or there. And, you know, they were the beneficiary of 2 walk-off home runs. And the night before, you know, we had pressure on them in the 7th inning, and they ended up, you know, pulling out with a 1 or 2 run victory in that last game. You know, we got to them, but I mean, we got a confident group, and we know any given day we can win. And you know, regardless of what's happened the past couple games, even last night, that's past us. You know, we got a good group that knows how to come in and take care of, you know, today.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Josh, when you look at, you know, your role on this club and what you have to do day in and day out, give our viewers a little bit of
of what you do, because you play multiple positions. You talk about all outfield positions. You talk about third base, second base. I mean, what's your pregame like to get yourself ready for when your name's called, boss?
Well, before I started playing, it was totally different. You know, we got so many groups of BP. We got like 3 groups. So before I started playing, you know, a couple months ago, my BP was, you know, first group I was taking them at second and third. Then during the second group of BP, I would go to short, and then I would go to the outfield. And I was making sure I getting throws everywhere, bouncing around. You know, by the time I come in for the third group, I'm a little gassed, but I mean, I got to get the work in somehow, because, you know, I was going a while without playing. But now, ever since I've been playing, you know, wherever I'm at that day, I'll take balls that day. And like today, I didn't, since I wasn't starting, you know, I've cut my workload back. Like, I wasn't starting, so I took a couple ground balls at short today, because you never know. That could be the next position I show up at any given situation. You know, I've played enough second, third everywhere else, so now when I got an off day, I'll go somewhere where I haven't been in a while.
So, Josh, generally when you leave the ballpark the night before the next day's game, you generally know where you're playing the next day?
Yeah, for the most part. They do a good job of coming in and telling me, you know, right after the game, like, you know, you're in there, and more times than not, they'll be like left field, right field, whatever. But there are sometimes they'll be like, hey, you're in there tomorrow. We'll let you know it could be third, it could be second. You know, probably depending on how, you know, Walker or Pedro's feeling, or, you know, how the outfield situation is. But they do a pretty good job, because last night, you know, they came in and told me, like, you know, tomorrow take a rest on your legs. But you know how it is, National League game. You got to be ready anytime.
2-2 on McCutchen, and there's strike 3 for the second out of the inning. Well, Mom, we're going to let you and Josh, with 2 away, you get back to hanging out with your husband. It has been a real honor and a pleasure to meet you tonight.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Keep up the good work, Mom.
Definitely.
And now Grandmom, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
BB.
BB.
So nice
BB.
to meet you, BB.
I told my mom you was coming on today. She watching just because you up here.
Hi, Mom.
Well, God bless you, young lady.
Thank
Take
you
care
so
of
much.
yourself.
You as well.
And tell Vince Sr. we said hello and congratulations.
I definitely will. Thank you.
All right. Kind enough to join us. Here's Mr. Harrison.
Oh, yeah, I'm not messing with him.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
Nah, you good. He kind-hearted.
Is he? He's a big teddy bear?
Yeah, just don't get on his bad side.
But believe me, I'm not. I'm not. I'm on your mom's good side, and I'm going to stay right there. Well,
Thanks,
Josh, congratulations, man. We're very happy for you, and for those of us that call Cincinnati home, we're very proud of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Josh Harrison on his way to the All-Star game, and kind enough to join us with BB, as she is now, Bonita Harrison. Well, the Pirates have it going here tonight. Single runs in the first inning, another in the third, 2 here in the fourth. It's been a 22-pitch inning for Leake. This has been by far Leake's worst outing through, anyway, the first 3 2/3 innings, and he's had in any game this year, and he will survive the inning on the force out at second base. Boy, that's as fun a half inning as we've had in a long time, and we thank the Harrison family for it. Bat here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. The day began with Cincinnati a game and a half behind Milwaukee. A half game behind St. Louis for second. The Pirates 3.5 back. 2 behind the Reds for third. The Brewers lost again today, beaten up by the Cardinals. Final count of 10-2. So the winner of this game will gain another game on the front-running Brewers in the National League Central, and right now going the Pirates' way.
When you look at that last inning for Leak, it was actually a lot. It looked bad. He gave up 2 runs, but it looked like it was way worse than he was going to give up 2 runs to that last inning.
Now Morton has gotten off to a great start here tonight. Been very pitch efficient in this game. That's only his 37th pitch of the night. And here we are in the bottom of the 4th inning. He's fanned 4, not walked a batter. And that one is pulled into right field. A base hit by Santiago.
And one thing with Charlie Morton thus far has been the fact that he's been consistent. We talked about that in the keys for him to success is being consistent in the strike zone. Now he has a lead. That's how he works with it.
Well, here comes Todd Frazier. So many of us remember that Little League World Series championship team from Toms River, New Jersey. Frazier, the star of that team. A few days after winning the title in early September, the team bussed up to Yankee Stadium. They were honored on the field, and look who's standing next to Derek Jeter. We'll go back to that picture. That is Todd Frazier standing next to Derek Jeter during the national anthem as they went to their positions on the field for the Star-Spangled Banner. That's incredible, isn't it?
How cool is that, right? I mean, I know Jeter's probably saying, hey, you're dating me, man.
And now here Frazier in Derek Jeter's final All-Star game. Frazier will be playing in his first All-Star game against Jeter on Tuesday night. Swung on and fouled out of play by Frazier. In fact, we caught up with Todd before the game and asked him about playing in this game with Derek Jeter.
Now playing against him, actually, and it's a game now. It's against him, so to see what the home field advantage goes to, it's going to be awesome. His last game and my first ever All-Star game. It's meaningful for me, and now I actually got to know him over the years, playing against him and working out with him. He's just a very good guy and somebody I'll always look up to.
Well, beach ball has made its way on the field for a second time, and Snyder not going to try and kick it. He said, I'm tired of chasing this thing around.
Yeah, you don't want to waste too much energy chasing no beach ball around. It's not the beach.
I mean, we're in the heartland here. We're not down there in your hood, down there in Miami Beach.
Listen, down there, if we was playing Marlins Park, okay, I see beach balls. But listen, I understand it because we got another one up in the second deck. We can't see it on TV, but I'm looking right at it. Mm-hmm. It'll make its way down, trust me, at some point before this game is over.
Crowd looking for something to get excited about. Leadoff man aboard Santiago. 2-1 on Frazier. And a fastball off the inside corner. It's the first time that Charlie Morton has gone to 3 balls in an at-bat tonight. See the numbers on Morton. He's allowed 3 singles in the game so far. That one smoked into deep center field, and McCutchen will make the leaping grab at the warning track.
What a play. And that's all on the jump. It's all on the jump and him getting off. He never turned around. He stayed with his back to the baseball. We're going to take another look at it right here. Ball smoked by Frazier. You see him backpedaling, but he doesn't make that route where you get turned around as an outfielder. He stayed on course and is able to make that leap and jump, keeps his eyes on the baseball and falls right into the glove. Great play by McCutchen out there.
And he is some kind of player, isn't he, on both ends of the field?
Shows no emotion. I would have been smiling like, hey, guys.
You're smiling and watching him make a play.
He's just so good. Look at that. It's like, yo, I'm game ready. Let's go. Yep.
On a Gold Glove 2 years ago did McCutchen. Well, now Jay Bruce. And right into the shift and an easy double play. That'll go 6-5-3. Short to third to first to end the inning. Go to the fifth. 4-0 Pirates. All-Star Game festivities continue tomorrow with the 2014 Sirius XM All-Star Futures Game on MLB Network. And then on Monday, the 2014 Gillette Home Run Derby will be on ESPN. And, of course, Tuesday night, the Major League Baseball All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by Chevrolet will also be on the MLB Network. And the hits just keep on coming tonight for the Pirates. That is a single by Martin to lead off the fifth inning. That's 8 hits now for Pittsburgh in 4+ innings.
Well, the one thing I talked about with Mike Lee earlier was he was so precise with his pitches, always down in the zone, always effective with his pitches. Tonight, he's getting the meat of the strike zone, and the Pirates are making them pay.
Well, the Reds had action in their bullpen in the 4th inning, and you saw their pitching coach Jeff Pico hanging up the phone, calling for action in that bullpen, I'm sure, after the leadoff single here in the 5th. And it's a right-hander, Logan, on Drusik.
When you look at this inning, you look at the score being 4-0 in the 5th. I think Brian Price's score is a little short. This inning with Leak, as you see on Drusik up early with the first knock of the inning.
Leadoff man aboard in 4 innings tonight. 2 times that leadoff man has come in to score, including each of the last 2 innings. Double by McCutchen in the 3rd and a single by Sanchez in the 4th. And really, it's not like the Pirates have been knocking the cover off the ball tonight. That's what's made this game so odd. A lot of base hits that have just sort of dribbled beyond the infielder. Yeah, but they all add up.
Yeah, they add up. And you definitely look back early in the game when you talked about fundamentally sound baseball. You saw McCutchen get the double earlier. As we take a look at him sitting in the dugout, and then you have Neil Walker come over and get him over, and then Russell Martin comes over with the sacrifice fly.
Yep.
Those are things that put you in a position where you are right now. You're 4-0, but you're talking about smart baseball, you know, and hitting with runners in scoring positions. Those are big keys, and we talked to Clint about that earlier.
Well, it's been a rough week for the Pirates, but you heard from Josh Harrison, and Cliff alluded to it earlier in our conversation with Clint Hurley. You never know it being down in a clubhouse. Bouncer back up the middle, and this is an easy double play. 2 outs here in the 5th. You know, the Pirates have been beating up on the teams that if you're a good team, you're supposed to beat up. Teams that are under 500, that are having a hard time. And that's what they've done going back to June to get them right back in this race. Then they go on this road trip, and a big road trip inside their division. They lose the first 3 games, winning finally the 4th game in St. Louis. 2 of those games on walk-off home runs. They come in here last night, opening game of a 3-game series against their rivals Cincinnati. They get a 5-1 lead. They give up 2 in the 7th. They give up 3 in the 8th to lose that game. And you see, they've done okay outside the division. They have had a terrible side inside the division. A scoreless inning for the Pirates on just 8 pitches for Lee. Chevrolet, find new roads. On the banks of the Ohio River, welcome you to sold-out Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Well, of course, this time next year, they'll be getting all pumped up about hosting Major League Baseball's All-Star Game. The Reds organization, like every organization, when you're a year out, they're sending out better than 30 employees of the organization to go into Minneapolis. In fact, they've already left to try and take a look in every area imaginable and to pick off so many great things they will undoubtedly do in Minneapolis, and maybe figure out a few things if they can to tweak it and make it even better.
Oh, yeah, you can't rush that thing. You get a head start on it, you know, and I think that allows you to be in a position where every city, every host team of city of the All-Star game wants to be the best, right? And you look at Cincinnati and all the things that's changed since I've played, which is '09, and things have tremendously changed for the better here in Cincinnati. And you just want to make it where it's comfortable for the fans to come and enjoy one of the greatest events during the season.
1-1 account on Devin Mesoraco, and now 1 ball and 2 strikes. 4-0 Pirates in front, and Morton has been in control here tonight, really, as he's been all year long. You look at his last start, he, like Mike Leake, one guy at 3.4 ERA. Morton's case even better than that at 3.1, and yet you have a 5-9 record. You're not getting a lot of support behind you. You look at his last start, he had shut out the Cardinals, going toe-to-toe with Adam Wainwright. 0-0 game. And they had to pinch hit for him with the bases loaded.
Yep.
And that's when he came out of the game.
84 pitches, Tom. 84 pitches he come out the game. I mean, you go to show you he utilized every pitch he threw that night and gave him an outstanding start.
But not a win to show for it.
No. And that's okay. I want the quality starts from my pitchers, and I think that's the confidence builder when you look at most of these pitchers is, and I'm not saying the veterans understand, we understand what we need from the veteran pitchers, but when you talk about guys like Charlie Morton, who's trying to establish himself on the field consistently, you need those quality starts for the confidence.
Good breaking ball there, and he gets Mesoraco on a swing and a miss for the second time tonight. 1 away here in the Reds' 5th inning. Budweiser, the official spear of Major League Baseball. You look at that swing and a miss.
You look at that spin on that curveball. That was the difference. We talked about the spin.
Budweiser presents the walk-off. Great walk-offs are waiting at foxsports.com/Budweiser. Grab some buds. Only one batter beyond the minimum so far for Charlie Morton. He'll face Ryan Ludwig, who had an infield hit his first time up. And this ball lifted and driven into right center field and caught by Polanco. That's what they talk about the outfield when they've got Marte here. And they're so excited about this group and what might be down the road.
Now you see this right here. This ball is a tweener, as I like to call it. You see that ball right in the gap. You see those long strides by the youngsters. And Polanco. And the one thing that when you look at McCutchen, as he alluded to earlier, in his interview, is it takes the pressure off of him of going to catch everything. He can just back them up leisurely and allow the youngsters to come over and make those plays. Gives them longevity with his legs throughout the season.
Two down for Pena. You talk about Marte, and he's not here this weekend, and they've been envisioning an outfield for really the last year and a half, 2 years, knowing what kind of talent that Marte has and the talent coming up through the organization that Polanco has. And they're hoping it'll turn into the kind of outfield they saw when they began that run of 3 straight National League Eastern Division titles in 1990, 91, and 92. And my, what an outfield it was when they had Barry Bonds, Andy Van Slyke, and Bobby Bonilla.
That's a trio right there. Can't beat those numbers. But I think when you look at these guys that they have, it's something where it's a prize. Prize possessions. You look at these, and they don't come around too often. So you cherish them. You put them out there, and you hope that they don't regress. They progress every time they step on the field. And that's the one thing. You don't have to worry about McCutchen in the center. You worry about the 2 guys on the corners and not get complacent with the fact they're in the big leagues. And I think that's the thing when you look at these guys. Wow, what a play by Pedro over there. And he makes the throw. But that was a tough play in between. He caught it and didn't have to think. He made the play.
Good play indeed in a 1-2-3 inning for Morton. On our way to the 6th. Pirates in front, 4-0. Bayer Back and Body, the official pain reliever of Major League Baseball. And by Burger King, right now, try the new extra long BBQ cheeseburger. How's that sound right about that?
Good.
Real good. All right, Pirates a 4-0 lead. As they bat here in the top of the 6th inning against Red starter Mike Leake, who's allowed 8 hits, 4 runs. And Mercer has 2 of the hits. He scored a run tonight. Mercer had been on a tear up until the last couple of games where he did not have a base hit, but he had gone from the beginning of this month until 2 days ago, batting almost 500. That ball hit right on the screws, but right at Jay Bruce, 1 out. Take a peek ahead to next Saturday. It'll be an MLB doubleheader on Fox Sports 1. Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers go to St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. And then the Indians will take on Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers in the Motor City. Our MLB doubleheader begins next Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1.
You look at Detroit starting to separate themselves in the AL Central, 6.5 over Kansas City and 7.5 over Cleveland. You know at some point they're going to start to separate. They're just too good. When you look at that Detroit Tigers team.
And of course that Dodger club, they were, I'm not going to say dead in the water because there was so much time left in the year, but it was starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, you look at the outfield situation that they had. None of the guys were healthy. You look at the starting rotation. Those guys, you got Kershaw back, and what a tremendous job he's done. But they just weren't healthy enough to be consistent out there in the win column. And now you see them all together. They have some good issues. You know, when you have Carl Crawford back in that rotation out there in the outfield. And, you know, Don Manley now has some pieces to deal with and sort of can sort of do what Clint Hurdle can do when you have Josh Harrison along with the other guys we mentioned in Pirates outfield.
Well, going into play tonight, the Giants and the Dodgers tied atop the National League West. And that is a 2-horse race. I mean, for San Diego, Colorado, or Arizona, it would take a miracle second half. Well, it's been done before.
Yeah, it has.
But it doesn't look like, at least on paper and on the field, that right now anyone else will be involved through the second half. And that includes a wild card, for that matter, coming out of the National League West. It's the Giants or the Dodgers. One and 0 the count on Polanco. 1 of 3, knocked in a run with a single his last time up. Time for our Pepsi real big things you need to know about Mr. Polanco, young man from a Dominican. Hit safely in his first 11 games when they brought him up. First Pirate to ever do that, and he leads all rookies in runs scored. Since they brought him to the big leagues, he has 4 more than Billy Hamilton during that stretch.
Well, you look at him leading off, probably not the typical leadoff hitter, but you look at what he can do. He brings so many other things to the table when you talk about the power and the speed and all that. But what I love is his hands moving. We get this good look at his hands, always moving, always in rhythm. And one of my hitting trucks has always told me, Tommy Harper with the Expos, if you can dance and have a little rhythm, you can hit. You can hit in the big leagues. And I think this year going to be all right.
So you're telling me that if a guy's a bad hitter, he's a bad dancer?
Oh, you better believe it.
Well, make it a real big summer with 3 new flavors of Pepsi made with real sugar. Well, I got to tell you, I'm a really good dancer and I'm a stinking hitter. So what does that mean, Tommy Harper?
You need some practice.
I mean, I got the rhythm, man, but I can't hit.
Eye-hand coordination is hard to teach.
All right, rub it in. 2-2 the count. And now full count on Polanco. So that must mean that you're saying that you're a good dancer because you could hit.
I got a little rhythm. I mean, I've been told, for a big guy.
You've been told by who?
Wifey a little bit.
All right.
A couple people, listen, is she watching? I throw myself under the bus right there.
That one fouled out of play off to the third base side. Now, would your mom concur with that? That you've got some rhythm? Does she teach you the rhythm, or you just have?
No, she believes. She didn't taught me with. I come from a dancing family, as her quote. You know, everybody has a little rhythm. We have our parties and all. You know, in the off season when I was playing, it was always about the line, the dance line. I mean, you had to get the line going, and if you couldn't dance, go sit down.
All right.
You know.
Believe me, I know. I was out there. I know exactly what you mean. You either got it or you didn't. 3-2 on Polanco.
You know what? In this game nowadays, you talk about I just missed my train of thought. My train of thought was a Soul Train line. That's what I was thinking about. Couldn't get it out.
Don Cornelius.
There it is.
The Soul Train game.
And we had it going on in the Floyd residence. Oh, it was on pop.
All right. I'll take your word for that. I'm going to have to ask your mom about that.
Maybe a tribute to a couple of my knee injuries, you know, jumping, dancing, and all that stuff. But
and a 10-pitch at bat now. 10th pitch coming up with 2 away, and this figures to be Leake's final inning of work. He's due a second in the bottom of this 6th inning and knocking on the door of 100 pitches, which for Leake is not a big deal. This Red starting rotation has been just simply spectacular the entire year. They have the 3rd lowest ERA among their starters in all of Major League Baseball. And because of all the innings they've pitched, their bullpen has thrown the fewest number of innings among all teams in Major League Baseball. And there you see their starters ERA. After all the games played earlier today, they're now 4th in baseball at 3.2.
And that's something right there where, you know, we had a chance to talk when I got here Friday, you know, about that. And I was in awe. I mean, you look at that and you go, well, you know, maybe the bullpen won't be as fresh, but I think it helps them definitely in the second half of the season.
Leake thought that was strike 3, and that's something that's been ongoing the entire night. And that is clearly Leake's dissatisfaction with the balls and strikes being called tonight.
We're going to take a look at this nice little cutter, backdoor cutter. Could go either way as a hitter. Definitely don't want to call, but Mike Leake desperately needed that pitch.
So now he'll face Travis Snyder. Pitch number 100 coming up for Leake. Snyder, an infield hit, has popped to second base and had a single beyond a diving Santiago to center field in the 4th inning. Now both these teams do run. The Dodgers lead the National League in stolen bases as Andrusik cranking it up in the bullpen, but the Reds and the Pirates are number 2 and 3 in stolen base attempts and stolen bases, and there goes a runner. Throw to second, and safely in there is Polanco with his 6 and 8 attempts.
Right on cue, huh? And you talk about your leadoff guy being on base, Polanco not looking up on that steal, straight steal. I mean, you can't teach speed. Good jump. Seeing with that wrist protection, that wrist guard on, protecting that hand. We saw Yadier Molina put his hand down the other day, and now he's gone for 8 to 12 weeks. You know, you can't teach the pop-up slide. You have to be able to do it, or you can't do it.
Well, you get a sense this is a very, very important run out there at second base in this game. We've talked about the Reds are undeniably playing short right now without Votto and without Phillips. That's a lot of thunder in that lineup. Pena able to knock it down, and he will just stick it in his pocket. And that's another one of those sort of tweener hits tonight. But again, they all add up. That's a base hit for Snyder.
This ball is smoke. Pena does his best to keep it, you know, in front of him, but no player with the speedy Travis Snyder running down the base path.
Well, now decision time, and apparently Jeff Pico is going to come out and visit with Leake. As they have Andrusik ready in the bullpen, and the entire infield will gather around this discussion.
When you talk about that run over at third base being a huge run, Tom, well, huge run because 4 runs down, your grandson away from tying the ball game, right? And you talk about that extra run at third, it just puts that extra stress on you as offense.
Well, Leake will face McCutchen for the 4th time tonight. He hit him with a pitch in the 1st inning. McCutchen doubled leading off the 3rd into left center, and then Leake struck him out swinging his last time up in the 4th.
Saw McCutchen.
Pardon me, go ahead, Cliff.
I saw McCutchen in the dugout when he came in after making that great catch. It couldn't have been about the catch. It was definitely about leaving that guy on 3rd base. He's frustrated himself, so we see how he come through in this at bat.
A rocket right into the glove of Frazier, and that'll end the inning. 4-0 Pirates in front. You're watching an all-star edition of Baseball Night in America from Cincinnati. Thank you very much. There you get a look at the National League East. A half game separating Atlanta and the Nationals. Either one of those two teams you like more than the other, Mr. Floyd?
You know what? I really like the Nationals. You know, I look at them and the depth they have. When you talk about the rotation, you talk about one of the best pitchers in the game in a couple of years of Steven Strasburg, being 3rd best pitcher on the team now. With Zimmerman and Gio back there, and Doug Fister they have as well. And then you got the core of the offense. Bryce Harper's back on the field consistently. Got Ryan Zimmerman back in that lineup. So for me, they have some questions. I know Zim got hurt, but you look at the overall, the bullpen's in shape. I'm not sold on Atlanta's rotation, nor am I sold on that offense.
Reds come to bat trailing 4-0, 3 balls and no strikes to Zach Cozart. And there's a 4-pitch walk with a 4-run lead to the number 8 hitter beginning the bottom of the 6th inning.
That's the last thing Charlie Morton needed to see right there, or wanted to do.
Well, now Chris Heisey, who's come off the bench and collected a number of big base hits through his career. He'll come off the bench here with 1 on and nobody out. League goes 6 innings. And certainly a rare off night for a Red starter. And that's how good it's been. An off night is when you go 6 and you give up 4. That's not great, but it's not a disaster.
Right. And he still kept his team in the game. You know, a grandson away from being in it. And, you know, didn't have his best night, but, you know, he was able to stop the bleeding.
The hit a batter, walked 3, which is very unlike Mike Leake. In 18 starts, he had only walked 24 batters all year. And it's 1-1 to Heisey. Leake had 2 strikeouts.
See him sitting next to Jeff Pico in the dugout right there, and pretty much putting this start behind him, Tom, and saying, listen, let's get prepared for the next one. That's how this game is. You have to be able to forget, you know, that start or whatever the situation is, and prepare yourself for the next start or next day as a positional player.
One and one to count on Heisey. We're in the bottom of the 6th. And that ball is launched down the left field line, and it is gone. A 2-run home run and a 2-run ball game.
That off the bench, cold, nice short quick stroke to the baseball, and Heisey 2-run home. Back in the ball game.
And now you have the top of the order coming up with nobody out after a walk to the number 8 batter on 4 pitches, and then bang, and 4-0 now, 4-2.
Always talk about those leadoff walks. They come back and haunt you every single time.
And now Billy Hamilton takes ball 1. Now Morton has had his way with a rookie tonight. Struck him out swinging twice. A big reason why he got ahead of Hamilton both at bats. Got ahead 0-2. And that one lined into center field.
Hard to keep him down. Can't keep him down. Just too good.
And all of a sudden, for the first time all night long, this jam-packed sellout crowd of a little better than 40,000. Something to cheer about.
Well, you talk about, you know, giving your team a little joke. Chris Heisey comes off the bench, gives a 2-run homer, and now you give life to a team, and you talk about 2 strikeouts of Billy Hamilton, and he comes up with his first knock of the night.
Naturally, you think Hamilton is off to the races. The Pirates may be as good, if not better, than any team in Major League Baseball at really shutting down the running game. Their pitching staff has recorded 8 caught stealing so far this year, second most in the major leagues behind the Giants. They pitch out, and Hamilton, due to a high throw, is able to get in there on the very first pitch, even on a pitch out.
Pitch out, you outrun the baseball. I'm telling you, you can't teach speed in this game. You look at that right there. I'm thinking he's dead to rights. And you look at this replay. Russell Martin set up for the pitch out. Nice throw. Leaves him down to the tag. He's just too fast.
Of course, the comparisons around here, they pretty much start and end in terms of just speed in the history of the Reds franchise anyway. Maybe you can make an argument for the history of baseball. I don't know. But Deion Sanders used to play here.
Yes, he did.
And Sanders was considered among the fastest players, not only in the history of the baseball, he's considered among the fastest players in the history of the NFL.
Right. And you look at this guy and you go, I don't care what name you come up with, and I'm not making comparison there. I'm just saying in terms of speed, he's right at the top of my list any day.
Really?
Any day.
Talking about Hamilton.
Hamilton. No doubt. You look at some of these guys, D. Gordon, yeah, and Deion prime time was fast. I saw him play. I played against him. Yes, you couldn't make no mistakes. You can't do it with him either. You can't do it with Billy Hamilton. He will hurt you every time. You look at this stat right here. Explains my case. I'm talking about 2 studs right there. Vince Coleman and Rock Reigns. And those were the days when those guys on the left stole 100-plus bases. And I believe at some point Billy Hamilton will steal 100 in a season.
Well, Hamilton just picked up number 38 there. 1-1 to count on Santiago. And he chops that ball foul. Santiago has had an incredible week this week. A guy who virtually never played most of this year. I mean, this is a Reds team, when they're at full strength health-wise, they run the horses out there every night. You're talking about the infield of Phillips, Kozar, Frazier, Santiago this week, including tonight now, has 10 hits in his last 20 at-bats and has knocked in 4 runs.
Well, you talk about accountability, making sure you come to the ballpark and prepare yourself for today's game. Regardless if you're playing or not, you're not going to play. You just talked about guys that's going to play regularly for me because they're that good, right? So you come here, you sign here, you go, I know my role. You don't come in, you don't complain about anything, you get yourself ready because when your name is called, you got to be ready. And Ramon's done a tremendous job of doing that for the Reds.
There you see his numbers with runners in scoring position. He has been outstanding. He had that game-tying 2-out single in the 3-run 8th inning here last night. And then Pena gave him what turned out to be the winning run the very next batter with a 2-out hit. 3-2 on Santiago. And the only thing Santiago's thinking about right now is, at the very minimum, I have to get Billy Hamilton to third base for Todd Frazier.
He's done that for a long time. He can put the ball in play for sure.
Hamilton taking a looking around, and the shortstop Mercer right behind him. Fouled out a play by Santiago. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Reds rallied from 4 down last night to win. Do they have another 4-run rally in them tonight? They've cut it down to 2.
Well, you look at Charlie Morton giving them an opportunity with that leadoff walk.
And that's ball 4. And all of a sudden, Morton, who had only 1 3-ball count to a batter in the first 5 innings of this game, has walked 2 batters in this 6th inning, and that will draw a trip to the mound by their very, very fine and highly thought of pitching coach Ray Searage.
Well, one thing you can't do is when you have a lead, and I talked about it earlier, you can't relax, especially against a team like the Cincinnati Reds. You can't relax. You have to be out. You have to go out there and pitch like the game is 0-0, or you're like you're behind. And you lead off with a walk, and now you start the thinking process. Now you start to think about things that you weren't thinking about for the first 6 innings, and he's got himself into a little bit of trouble.
Remind you, MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, celebrating 12 years. You can watch out every market game live in True HD on over 400 devices. Visit MLB.com for details, and you can follow every game with MLB.com at bat. Download on the App Store or visit MLB.com today. All right. A leadoff walk to Kozar, to pinch hit 2-run home run by Heisey, a single by Hamilton, a stolen base, a walk, and now the go-ahead run at the plate for the leading run producer of this Reds team, and that's the all-star third baseman Todd Frazier. Now Frazier, one of the few Reds who has swung the bat very well against Morton tonight. Single to right, stole a base in the first, and he's a guy that McCutchen made that great play on the liner to center field back in the 4th inning. Beautiful breaking ball to even a count.
Well, one thing Frazier's done tonight is made Charlie Morton get that sinker up. Gets behind the zone, he has to throw that straight fastball, and he's been able to square up a few of them.
2-1, nobody out. 1-1 to Todd Frazier. And a bouncer foul. Good fastball that ran in on Frazier's hands. 1-2. 2-2 to Frazier. Hamilton, the runner at second base. Santiago at first. First time all night long that Morton has been on the ropes. He has been on cruise control. And now he has gone full to Frazier. They're ringing that phone, and for the first time it's ringing, and they're going to ask somebody to get loose because nobody's loose right now. Hamilton takes off, and this ball hammered, and the Reds have taken the lead. For the Pirates.
That ball was absolutely crushed.
Well, there's nobody in the game that hits him further than Frazier when he lays into it. He'll be in the home run derby this week.
Down in the zone, and he absolutely demolishes this baseball. He knew it off the bat. Runners were running. McCutchen gave it a little courtesy jog, and bullpen look out there.
Well, they want the curtain call from Frazier. Boy, it is just incredible how quickly this has happened.
Showing some love to his little baby up here.
Yep, just became a father, did Frazier, for the first time this year. I mean, it's incredible when you look at the way that Charlie Morton had allowed 3 hits, not walked a batter, struck out 5 in the first 5 innings. Jared Hughes now warming up in the bullpen. He walked the number 8 batter to start the inning on 4 pitches. Pinch hit home run by Heisey. Little electricity, little pressure maybe for the first time. Hamilton a base hit, a walk to Santiago, and then Frazier hits one 8 miles, and it's 5 runs before you know it.
You know what? I can live with the hits. I can live with the home, but it's the walks that hurts you. And whenever you get yourself in a position in a bind, you can always look back and go, where did this start? Started with a leadoff walk.
But, you know, we talked about no one getting loose in that Pirate bullpen. You know, after the 2-run home run, and you know, obviously Hurdle has so much confidence in Morton. He's been so good. But even after the hit of Hamilton, you started to sense this game was beginning to swing the other way.
Yeah, and you know what? I think one thing you look at also with Clint is allowing Charlie to get himself out of these type of situations.
That one hooked a broken bat right at the second baseman. And that's out number 1. The first batter of 6 retired to begin this inning by Morton. Tell you what, though, you know, you manage in Colorado, and Cliff, as you know, you were around when baseball was born at the major league level in Denver, and they were playing in Mile High Stadium before Coors Field and before the Humidor and all that kind of thing. But still, I think it's very hard to judge any manager who manages in Denver, because it is managing an entirely different game.
It really is.
And the way you have to try and handle your starters and your bullpen, it's not managing baseball the way it is everywhere else, including hitter-friendly Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, you know, you look at that, and I mean, you're absolutely right. A lot of these guys don't understand that, in a sense, you know, when you look at Colorado and how you have to handle the rotation, because if you also look at the time, a lot of pitchers from a free agent standpoint don't want to go there.
Yeah, and I bring it up because I was always dismayed at some of those that were quick to to jump on Hurdle as a manager in Colorado. The last time I checked, he's the only manager that ever had the Rockies go to the World Series. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think so.
No.
And, you know, there were a lot of people that were ready to take some shots at Hurdle. And since coming into Pittsburgh, this guy has proven to a lot of people that he is a very good big league manager.
Yeah, he's a confidence building type of manager. He gives you that confidence. He gives you opportunity, if you Charlie Morton, to get out of this type of situation, because at some point he's going to need him to get further in it. If you're going to be a good team that goes deep into the playoffs, you're going to need your guy to stay out there and be able to weather the storm.
One hand over to Ludwig. Breaking ball in there, strike to even a count.
A little fun in the dugout never hurt nobody. Matt Latos and Todd Frazier. It's always good when you hit a 3-run homer.
To the count on Ryan Ludwig. So we're talking about Frazier becoming a father for the first time. He was in spring training this year all the way out in Arizona. And his wife, Jackie, went into labor. He jumps on a plane. He flies all the way to Jersey. He gets there. Nope, not time. He jumps on a plane, flies all the way back, plays in the game that day, and then a couple of days later he was back on that plane again for real. And you saw his reaction. Every time he hits a home run, he blows a kiss to his bride Jackie and his little baby boy Blake Brian Frazier. Your daddy's going to the All-Star game, and that's a big home run. We're back after a word from your local Fox station. Pirates, but we have a long way to go in this one. It is only the top of the 7th inning. Now the Reds, when leading after 6 or tied after 6, they're the second best team in all of baseball. And Brian Price will tell you, we should be #1 in baseball had the Reds started the year with Sean Marshall, Jonathan Broxton, and Aroldis Chapman healthy enough to pitch. I mean, that's your left-handed setup man, your right-handed setup man, and your closer, and you didn't have any of the three. And you were leaning on guys like this guy, Logan Ondrusek, to pitch in roles where he had not pitched and others had not pitched before, and it took them a while to kind of get their legs under.
Yeah, and they got their game, to the point where now you look at Brian Price, and he can utilize these guys earlier, if it needs to be. But you also look at guys down the stretch. You're not going to have Sean Marshall for the rest of the year, right? So you look at guys, and I always talk about shortening the ball game. How can you do it, right? How can you get to the point where if it started like when you look at Mike Leake, doesn't go 7 innings strong, then you have guys that can help you shorten the ball games, and he has a deep bullpen to do that.
Now, Brian Price wasn't going to talk about it, but you got to wonder if Aroldis Chapman is available here tonight. Now, Chapman has pitched the last 3 days. I tell you what, now his 3rd day in a row last night. Wow. I mean, that's all there was to say about that. The last pitch he threw last night was clocked at 103.7 miles per hour.
Unhittable. It's just when you look at what he's able to do, to come in and be the hero of the GOAT, and then come in with that fastball and rely on it to get it when you need it, reach back and go to that 103. It's just a different animal.
So you wonder, would they use Chapman for a 4th day in a row? There's a swing and a miss. Ondrusek fans Walker. Chapman came on in the 9th inning, and it was lights out. His 20th save and 22 chances. Jordy Mercer on a 99-mile-per-hour fastball. 101 to Michael Martinez. 103 to Matt Haig. And in the process, he became the first reliever ever to record a strikeout in the history of Major League Baseball in 40 consecutive appearances.
Yeah, he's just that special. I mean, you don't find guys like this, down around in just anywhere.
No.
You're talking about a guy that comes in, and last night, you look at him over the course and you go, well, he feels good most nights. He's around 99, 100. Last night he felt extra special. He felt really good. I mean, to pump it up to 103, that's just a good night. And that's like I said, you talk about rubber arm, you talk about overcoming what he overcame this spring training, of course, and it's good to see him back out there.
That one in the air to right center. Hamilton will run it down, and that'll take care of Russell Martin for out number 2 here in the 7th. Well, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game festivities begin tomorrow. The 2014 Sirius XM All-Star Futures Game, that'll be on MLB Network. Monday, the Gillette Home Run Derby on ESPN, and then Tuesday, the MLB All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by Chevrolet on the MLB Network. And don't forget, 4:30 in the afternoon over on Fox Sports 1, we'll have our All-Star Game coverage, and then the game coverage right here on Fox beginning at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. 2 down for Alvarez, more than capable of tying this game with 1 crack at the bat. Are you, Cliff Floyd, on your way to the All-Star Game?
No, not this year. I'm on my way back to Toronto to hang with the kiddies.
You played in a couple of All-Star games.
Yeah, I played in one, and you know what? It was one of those memorable opportunities that you get and you treasure every minute. It was the one where not only did we have Tommy Lasorda with the broken bat down at third base, coaching third.
Oh yeah.
Tumble and fall, which he was okay.
Right.
He ended up being okay, so we had a good laugh with that. And then we had Cal Ripken, one of the best to ever touch the field, move from third base over to shortstop, due to Alex Rodriguez and everybody else coming together and going, that's where he should be playing. So that was also something that's very special for me, and getting a chance to look back on those and have those memories.
Well, you had years where you could have been in a lot more than that.
Yeah,
There's no doubt about that.
One year Dusty called me and said, hey man, you know what, you're having a good year, but we got too many Mets on the roster already. You ain't coming.
Would you hang up?
Yeah, click real quick. Thanks, Dust.
2-2 to count now on Alvarez. Struck him out. A very impressive 7th inning for Logan Ondrusek. They stand and stretch. Reds lead by a run. Sponsored by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. And by the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Visit your Lincoln showroom today. Well, the All-Star Game coming your way on Tuesday night. Right here on Fox. It'll be the 85th All-Star Game. Our coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific on Fox. And over on Fox Sports 1. We'll get started at 4:30 live from Minneapolis with All-Star Game coverage. The night is over for Charlie Morton. His team handed him a 4-0 lead tonight. And you never say it looks like money in the bank, but the way Morton was going through the front five, it looked like at least somebody had pulled out the deposit slip.
Oh, yeah, he had figured it out in a hurry.
But my, oh, my. The Reds come up with a 5-run sixth inning, thanks to a couple of walks and a couple of home runs. One by Heisey off the bench, and a 3-run blast by Frazier, giving the Reds a lead. 2-0 to Bryant Pena against Jared Hughes. And that one hooked into right field, a base hit by Pena. Well, it makes you wonder as you look in the Cincinnati bullpen, and we wondered about Aroldis Chapman. Would he be available tonight? They have Sam LeCure getting loose in the bullpen, and many of you may be saying, well, what does that mean? Well, look, when the Reds get the lead at the end of 7 innings, you're seeing two people, Jonathan Broxton in the 8th and Aroldis Chapman in the 9th. With LeCure getting ready now, it leads you to believe that Broxton, should the Reds have the lead in the 9th inning, and of course that's no given in a 1-run game in the 7th, that Broxton might get the chance to close it out tonight.
Yeah, I think you're on to something. You know, you have to protect him as good as he looks and as good as he's feels. Talking about Chapman, at some point, Tom, you have to protect that arm.
Strike one to Zach Kozar. Charlie Morton had been so home run stingy. Now, he was hurt a lot last year, so the numbers are not apples to apples. But over the last year plus, Morton had only surrendered 12 home runs. And he gives up 2 in the same inning. This should be 2. Good throw by Alvarez, and Kozar legs out the relay. Maybe a little delay there.
Yeah, it was a little delay, and you know that's again, you talk about the ball right at him, not being able to make the throw. We're going to take a look at the replay. You see that little double pump right there? Doesn't allow Neil Walker to get the rhythm that you need to turn that double play, and Kozar beats it out.
Well, now the Reds are going to go to their bench. They get an excellent inning, a perfect inning out of their bullpen from Logan Ondrusek, and they're going to the youngster. Big Donald Lutz was born in Watertown, New York, but moved to Germany at the age of 1, and that's where he grew up his entire life, in Germany.
Wow, that's a big man in that box.
He came off the bench and had a big base hit here last night. They just brought him up from the minor leagues yesterday. Lutz spent a little bit of time with the big league club last year, but he is a big, strong young man indeed. And I got to believe he will be dialed into that World Cup final tomorrow.
You better believe it. You better. But you look how big he is, Tom, and look at that little bitty old arm guard he has on those big arms. I had to just make note of that.
Well, so what are you saying?
I'm just saying. I mean, you talk about a big guy, 6'3", 250.
He might have borrowed that from.
That's definitely borrowed. Yeah, he probably borrowed from Billy Hamilton. I don't know if he wears them. Let's throw it out there.
That's not off the air. You said he borrowed it from his sister, but I'm not going there.
I'm not going there.
That one, he shows a bunt. There's no way the Pirates are believing Donald Lutz is up there to bunt. 1-1. 1 to Lutz. And the pause and the pitch. You know, so much is made, and no team in baseball, and the numbers bear it out, shifts more than this Pirates team.
Right.
Seemingly on every batter. What surprises me, Cliff, is when you have a young man that you have very little to base that on, like Lutz, with so few number of major league at-bats.
Yeah, and I think it's playing tricks, you know, playing mind games with Lutz, and make it, you know, he looks out there and sees his defense, and that's why maybe you see the bunt, you know, the bunt attempt that he's actually shown a couple times.
Time called after a lengthy pause by Hughes.
Because you're right, Tom. You look at the scouting report that you get from a guy in AAA, it's totally different. He's going to come up here, but the one thing I look at with the shift sometimes is when you have the shift on and you have a pitcher on the mound that's throwing against the shift. You have a guy that's throwing middle away, but you're expecting him to pull that ball anyway. And you've seen it where guys are just taking a little knock, you know, the little slapper down to third base.
Well, he shows bunt again. Did he offer the pitch? No. You know, the one player that forced teams to stop shifting on him the first 10 days of the year was Matt Adams of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Reds played the Cardinals 6 times in the first 9 games of the year, and every time seemingly he came up, he would just shoot it into left field for a base hit. And now when teams play the Cardinals, not as much shifting against big Matt Adams.
And you just have to work at it. And I think when you look at, you know, batting practice and you see these guys going to, you know, their routines, you see them consistently hitting the ball to the right side, or for a lefty in Matt Adams' case, he's hitting it to the left side. And it's just practice and practice and practice. Before you know it, you start getting that pitch in the game, and you're going, you know what? I'm not pulling this baseball. I'm going to smack it over to the left side and take the lousy hit. Take the lousy single, and before you know it, you start turning those lousy singles into lousy doubles.
And it beats the heck out of lousy outs.
You better believe it.
2-2 now on Lutz. Runner at first base with 1 out here in the Reds' 7th inning. Well, you can see he's got it on his mind.
Yeah.
But, you know, the flip side of that is, Cliff, and I ask you, I mean, you were such a powerful left-handed hitter. Are you going against, I mean, it looks like an awkward swing right here by Lutz, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. But, you know, you're going against what you naturally do, and I think that's what the shift is intended to do. But I think when you look at what Lutz has to do in this situation, if they're going to pitch him there, guess what? I'm going to take my you know, normal hack in my mind, but I'll take that lousy swing, as you see, and just try to go over to the left side and not try to do too much with it. And when you do that, it allows you to stand to this bat as he has.
Well, he started 2. Did he go? They appealed again. No, he did not. So you've got Cozart, who runs well out there at first base. They'll start him, well, maybe. But Billy Hamilton on deck. He might not be a guy that's going to hit the ball in the seats, but he certainly is a guy that can drive a ball in the gap. So let's see if they start Cozart on a 3-2 pitch with 1 out in the inning. And the rookie Lutz at the plate. Yes. Strike him out and throw him out. No, he got in there. All right, now, Cliff Floyd, I'm going to turn this to you.
Okay.
As you take a look at the runner safe sliding in at second base. The way Billy Hamilton is swinging the bat right now, he ranks in the top 3 in the National League hitters with runners in scoring position. You have a player in the on-deck circle who has been a backup player, having a great week, but a backup player most of his career. You have a base open. Do you think about walking Hamilton here?
100%. You have to, and maybe not intentionally, as we're not seeing him doing it intentionally, but unintentionally, that you have to look at this and go, listen, I can't give him nothing to hit. As we see that first pitch out the zone, it's just at this point in the game, at this juncture, you want to allow yourself to be 1 run down and give him, you know, listen, if Ramon Santiago beats me, then I can live with that. I'm not going to let one of the best hitters who runs in scoring position, especially with 2 outs, beat me in this spot.
When you look inside the numbers for this rookie, Billy Hamilton, batting this year with runners in scoring position. And he seems to come up with a big base hit seemingly every night. A .357 batting average with runners in scoring position. will stay up long enough for McCutchen to get there, and that'll end the inning. So they go after Hamilton, and they get him out. We go to the 8th. Reds lead by a run. All-Star break coming up, and then we resume next weekend. Saturday, an MLB doubleheader. Fox Sports 1. The Dodgers and the Cardinals from St. Louis, then the Indians and the Tigers from Detroit. Our MLB doubleheader begins Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Couple of good games there to kick it off in the second half.
Yes,
good
sir.
Series over those weekends.
I'll definitely be watching both of those.
Well, the Reds will hand the ball to Sam LeCure. He has been most of the time, you know, their seventh inning guy, but I don't think it's going out on a limb, as we brought up earlier, that Jonathan Broxton more than likely will be the guy that, if the Reds have the lead an inning from now, that he may get the chance to close this one out. Chapman has been a very busy man here of late. Pitched 3 days in a row. Before that, Reds involved in a number of one-run games. But that's the beauty, and that's the reason they signed Jonathan Broxton, was to have another guy in that bullpen to serve as a closer. They have left-hander Manny Pari getting loose right now. Gabby Sanchez, the batter, and Sam LeCure delivers, and that's strike one.
When you look at a guy like Jonathan Broxton, you know, back in his heyday with the Dodgers, do 100, 99, 100. Now more of a pitcher closer or pitcher reliever. You know, a guy that comes in throwing 90, 92. And last inning we saw Chapman was talking about him, and you know, he had his gym shoes on. He had some, you know, he had no spikes on. And you take a look at that every time you talk about guys coming in the game, and I don't know when he doesn't, you know, get himself ready. I remember some of the closers we had, you know, in my days of playing. They didn't go down to the bullpen to the 8th inning. They'd be in the clubhouse the whole game. So, you know, you see him with the jimmies on and going, maybe it's not a night he's going to go out there and get on the mound.
Well, that was the old Lee Arthur Smith days. Lee Arthur Smith Sr. You go moseying down that bullpen around the 8th. And then take care of business in the 9th. LeCure has been an extremely valuable member of this Reds bullpen, and really these two teams tonight have had the best bullpens in the National League over the last 4 years. LeCure Last 3 years, 43 games, 48 games, 63 games, a 2.6 ERA last year. Now, there's been a little concern about his drop in velocity going back even to spring training this season. Well, tonight is 35th game in an ERA at 3.5.
You look at some of these guys, Tom, and they drop velocity. If you keep the ball down the zone, it typically doesn't matter. As we saw that pitch right there.
And that was a home plate umpire called out Sanchez, saying he went around, and Gabby not happy about it. I don't blame him. It didn't look from here like he went around, did it?
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't look like it from here. It's a tough angle for us. This is the angle I like to see, and he definitely didn't go on that one. That's where you want to get some help, and you can see the gripe by Gabby's like, just take it, just look at first, take it out of your hands.
With Jordy Mercer, the batter, 2 hits and 3 at bats. His only out was a loud out, a line drive to the right fielder, and he dumps one into center field. His 3rd hit tonight. So Mercer now the tying run at first base, and the man we had with us earlier, we had his mom with us earlier. Cincinnati native, went to Princeton High School, only about 10 miles north of Great American Ballpark, and his family there, the woman right there in the middle. Well, what a lovely lady she is.
Yes,
Bonita Harrison and his father, Vincent Sr., there to the far right. It's probably his grandson, I would imagine, with him. Probably sharing some of that wisdom he did with Josh as a little man.
Yeah. You know, it's one thing when you're on the road and you look at that, you know, that Harrison family right there, you can't cheer as loud. You can't get rowdy like you want to. You know, you gotta be subtle about it. You gotta be, you know, polite to the fans here in Cincinnati, unless he does something big.
Breaking ball in near strike. Harrison chosen by Mike Matheny as a super utility player. I mean, once they put him in the game in the All-Star game, you can move him around virtually anywhere on the field. Omar Infante back in 2010 is considered to be the last, I guess, super utility man to make an All-Star team, where he doesn't have a set position every single day, and that's been a story for Harrison.
But I think what I like the most about it, and what you see from Harrison is, you know, and that's why I asked him earlier about, you know, his preparation and what he has to do to keep himself in shape and ready to go. I mean, you're talking about 5, 6 different positions that he can play. He talked about getting a glove and going to take some balls to shortstop.
Right.
Most times you say, you know what, I'm going to take him at the position I normally play, but hey, let me throw shortstop in there just in case.
And he lines it into center field, a base hit, and here come the Pirates. And his family standing and cheering that pinch hit single.
See, like I said, until you do something good, you get a little subtle hands, you know, a little clap in the first, and now it's like, hey, you get a hit, they standing up.
So after the base hit and the left-handed batting Polanco coming up, Brian Price will go to his bullpen and bring in Manny Parra. They'll face Polanco when we return. About here in the 8th inning. First batter retired by reliever Sam LeCure, but then back-to-back singles by Mercer and Josh Harrison. And now the rookie Polanco to face a left-hander Manny Parra out of the Reds bullpen. Parra primarily a starting pitcher coming up through the Milwaukee Brewers organization in his first number of years in the major leagues. He basically was cast to the wayside. Reds scooped him up, and he turned in an outstanding 2013 year. And walks into a big spot here facing Polanco with a tying run at second. And the Pirates with a go-ahead run at first. That's why you hear the saying frequently in baseball, it's not always who you play, but when you play them. And in a series where the Pirates are coming into Cincinnati to play the Reds without Votto, without Phillips, and you catch them on a game where they played 5 games in 4 days, and now Chapman, it looks like, is unavailable out of the bullpen tonight. Maybe the right time to catch him. Otherwise, this 8th inning has belonged to Jonathan Broxton, and he's only given up 3 runs all year long. Bouncing ball to short. They get one, and that's a speedy Polanco. And now Snyder will be called back, a left-handed batter. And they're going to send up Matt Haig.
See, that was long strides from Polanco. No chance of doubling him up in that situation.
Haig was the final out in the game here last night on that strikeout at 103 miles per hour from Aroldis Chapman. And that's Jumbo Diaz, flame-throwing right-hander that they have ready in the bullpen. But decision time here. Do you bring in a young man just called up from the minor leagues, or do you stay with the veteran Manny Parra here against a right-handed batting Haig?
Well, you know what? You want to see what he's made of. As we see right now with Brian Price coming out, he's throwing right in the fire. Let's go.
And Price has signaled for the right-handed rookie Jumbo Diaz. Biggest at bat maybe of his very young major league career coming up. Year-old rookie right-hander Jose Diaz. They call him Jumbo. This guy was a flamethrower coming up through the the Dodgers organization when he first broke into Pro Bowl, but that's 12 years ago. And then last year, the Reds signed him for the first season, became their closer at AAA, had a 1.6 ERA. But he weighed upwards of 350 pounds. Well, now he's down to a svelte 280.
Good for him. There's nothing tiny about him. So Jumbo is the perfect name. But the fact that he didn't put in the work and the effort to get back to this spot right here, I mean, hats off to him.
Well, he realized that not only his health, but his career, health more important, but his career was hanging in the balance, and it was time to try and get it together at 30 years old and give it one more go. And here he is in the big leagues. Pitching in the 8th inning with a tying run at third, the go-ahead run at first for the Pirates. And Ike Davis will bat rather than Haig. 2 outs in the inning. And a bouncing ball on the first pitch, and Jumbo comes up large.
Yeah, he did.
Of One-A-Day Men's, the official multivitamin of Major League Baseball, and by Chevrolet, find new roads. Well, the Pirates have not needed their closer, Mark Melancon, at all on this road trip. They had a couple of games they lost on back-to-back game-ending home runs in St. Louis in the bottom of the 9th inning. Neither one of those against Melancon. And then in the blowout win on Thursday, didn't need him in a save situation anyway. So Melancon in the game, and Josh Harrison stays in the game to play left. Reds batting here in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading the Pirates 5-4, sinking liner and run down by McCutchen on the first pitch here in the 8th inning, and Santiago retired.
Look at this pitch by Frazier against Morton right here. Sinker down, first pitch. Nice curveball for a strike. Then he goes hard to hold it back. Sinker in on his hands, sinker down in the zone, gets him up in position. That pitch right there really close. Leaves one up, another sinker. He makes him pay. 3-run homer for Frazier. See the look on Morton's face. Man.
It really is incredible how fast this game turned. I mean, it was completely, I'm sure, a very frustrating night for Mike Leake. A lot of dinks and dunks and a couple of sac flies, not going to run. He clearly was unhappy with the balls and strikes very early in this game with a home plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez. But the Pirates did all the things to build up that 4-0 lead, and Morton was just on cruise control.
Yeah, he was.
Looked so good. Only one time even went to a 3-ball count on a batter. And then, inexplicably, the number 8 hitter for the Reds leads off the 6th inning. He walked him on 4 straight pitches, and nothing went his way after that.
And the wheels started churning from there.
A ground out by Frazier, 2 away.
But you go back to the 4th inning for Mike Lee, Tom. We talked about it. Yeah, it looked bad, and we had a discussion up there. We had Bonita, Harrison's mom up here. And we was talking a lot of hits in that inning, but it looked worse than what it was. It ended up being 2 runs, and he gave up 4 or 5 hits, and you're going, wow, man, a bad start for Lee, but he's able to stop the bleeding and keep his team in the ball game. And look what the outcome has been thus far.
Well,
it's
you
not
made
over
that
yet.
point at the time.
Yeah.
And it goes to show you, all it takes is one bad inning. The Reds in this game, in that 6th inning, got all 5 of their runs. They had 3 hits. They drew both of their walks. In the other innings of this game, they have 4 hits, no walks, and no runs.
You talk about walks, and I can live with the hits. I said earlier, you can live with the hits all day, and nobody has a problem with it. When you walk guys, is when the questions start to come in. Is what happened to the concentration level from there? And he wasn't able to stop the bleeding, and you see the outcome with them now losing by a run.
And if you're looking ahead, though, the Pirates have the guys they want up there against Jonathan Broxton, and it will be Broxton tonight, not Aroldis Chapman, to try and close it out. They have McCutchen, Walker, and Russell Martin coming up. That one into right center field, the base hit.
Talk about the shift right there, and that's why sometimes I don't want guys going out of the norm. When you look at some guys, when you talk about Lutz and his at bat, you saw some swings, unorthodox a little bit, but in that situation, Jay Bruce, I'm going with my strength, and I'm gonna swing this bat, and I'm gonna smoke it. If it should go through, it's gonna go through. If it's gonna go through, it's gonna go through, and I'm gonna beat the shift.
Been a very quiet night for Devin Mesoraco. Bruce just picks up his first hit. So the Pirates done a nice job on the middle part of that Reds order. Mesoraco 0 for 3.
Big healthy cut right there by Mesoraco. He always takes that swing. That's his swing. And you know what? Some guys can take that big healthy cut and make good solid contact most of the times. He's one of them.
0-1 to Devin Mesoraco. 1 on, 2 out. And a check swing. Did he go around? No, on the appeal to Tom Woodring.
Melanson knows it as well. He started him off 2 curveballs. Like, listen, I'm not going to let you just sit up here and look for this fastball and attack me.
One and 1 to Devin Mesoraco. Two balls and a strike. Hammered into the ground, foul at the third baseline. But for those of you perhaps just joining us earlier today, the Milwaukee Brewers lost for the 11th time in their last 12 games. It was on July the 5th, 7 days ago, when the Cincinnati Reds were 7 games behind the Milwaukee Brewers. 7 days ago. If the Reds hang on and win this game tonight, they will be a half of a game out of first place.
I mean, you know, you can't explain that other than I always look at that last 10 games. And you look at the last 10 and you go, well, there it is. Milwaukee's 1-9. Cincinnati and St. Louis 7-3.
All right, McCutchen has started in the ninth. Pirates only down a run. We'll be back in a moment. We invite you to tune in tomorrow for the final game of this series. That'll be on Fox Sports Ohio, and their coverage begins with Reds Live at 12:30 Eastern Time tomorrow. So here we are in the top of the ninth inning. Aroldis Chapman unavailable tonight. He has worked the last 3 days consecutively. But of course, this is nothing new trying to close a game for Jonathan Broxton, a two-time All-Star, closer for both the Dodgers and the Kansas City Royals. And he has 6 saves this year. He came back just before Chapman did off the disabled list, and Broxton was the closer for a short time.
When you talk about having a luxury, right, of having a guy that's closed before and you can rest your start in Chapman.
Well, McCutchen has 4 home runs against the Reds so far this year. 2 balls and a strike. Andrew McCutchen tonight has been hit by a pitch, doubled, scored a run, struck out, and hit the ball very hard right at Todd Frazier, who threw him out his last time up. Rocks in the pause, and the 2-1 pitch coming to Andrew McCutchen. A little wrinkle in it up in the strike zone, and McCutchen chased it and came up empty.
Talk about the wrinkle right there. You see that ball just didn't break. It was sort of a spinner. Those pitches are always the ones that's tough for a hitter because you expect it to be in a different location than it ends up being.
2-2 on Andrew McCutchen. Fastball at 95 miles per hour. And it's fouled out of play. Count still even. Neil Walker, a left-handed batter to follow. A lefty against Broxton. And then Russell Martin. Well, these two teams, when they get together, seemingly every night, and of course it's not every night, but when they get together, so many tight games over the last few years. Almost half of the 48 games they have played have been decided by a single run.
To show you how good they are and how much they know each other.
That ball clobbered into straightaway center field. Hamilton at the wall, and McCutchen has tied the game with a home run. The reigning National League's most valuable player delivers yet again for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And he absolutely clobbered that baseball. See those hands move. Ball runs back over the plate. He knew it off the bat. Put the head down and goes into his home run trot.
And they're excited, as they should be, down in that Pirate bench. So nobody out, of 5-5 game. And Walker the batter.
Talk about guy McCutchen as we take a look at him. Hit good at bats all night. Hit the ball solid. Had one at bat where he struck out with a guy on third base with less than 2 outs. But he still hit the ball hard all night.
Well, what a player he is. Man, oh man. You know, McCutchen has never really been a guy that has worn out the Reds in his career. Now, he's had a lot of home runs against them. He has 5 of them now this year. And he has more home runs against them than he does any other team. He has 19. But as a batter, he has only been a .250 hitter against Cincinnati pitching during his career. So by and large, they've done pretty well against him until this year. And this year he has worn them out. And look at his numbers among all National Leaguers 2.5 seasons ago.
Not a big guy. He's on the field talking to him, and he comes up to me. I'm going, not big at all. But he is powerful, strong.
And to be honest with you, I don't know about you, Cliff, because you weren't a guy that was, trying to style all the time. And one of the things about McCutchen is he hits that home run. He runs around the bases, and it's not all me.
Nope.
It's about us and our team, and we just tied the game, but the game's not over. And you can see he's already all about business.
He knows it. Puts the head down, goes to his trot. Make sure Billy Hamilton doesn't catch it, and he's business as usual. You expect it from him. He's a professional. He's a pro, and that's why you respect him as a player.
That one just off the outside corner. Now 3-2 on Walker.
I love when guys do that. You see him showing with Broxton. We got a little bit of what you're seeing in the box as a hitter. He's saying he's seeing Broxton out there doing something in that glove that sort of alerted him to maybe he's going to come with something that he can look for, fastball, whatever, and that's called tipping your pitches, from a hitter standpoint.
This ball is launched into left center field, but this one will send Hamilton short of the warning track for out number 1. That was the first home run hit off of Jonathan Broxton this season. There are 2 relievers on the the National League All-Star team that are more setup guys. The Pirates' Tony Watson, who, as we mentioned, is getting loose in the bullpen right now, and the Cardinals' Pat Neshek. And there are a lot of folks around these parts that said, well, wait a minute now. Jonathan Broxton has allowed fewer runs than both Neshek and Watson so far this year. I mean, when you look at some of the numbers that Broxton has put together this year, primarily as a setup man. So what McCutchen just did, he did against one of the better pitchers coming out of the bullpen in the National League so far this year.
Yeah, when you talk about what Broxton has done, tremendous job. But you look at the All-Star roster, and we saw all the Reds before the game today. It's too many of them, Tom.
Where there will be at least 3 more, as there you get a look, Neshek, and that's updated after that home run allowed by Broxton. There's a very strong chance there will be 3 more pitchers added to the National League All-Star team, because there are 3 pitchers that are slated to start for their teams tomorrow. The Reds have Johnny Cueto. He'll start tomorrow. The Giants have Madison Bumgarner starting tomorrow. And Tehran will start in Atlanta. And by rule, if you start your game, you are not allowed to pitch the game on Tuesday night.
Well, it protects the player, but you also look at what the All-Star game means. And I'm not a fan of it, but it has meaning in terms of the home field advantage in the World Series.
High gas here by Broxton. Strikes out Russell Martin, and they're 2 away, but a big slugger coming up.
That's just high cheese. Nothing Martin can do. Can't catch up to that one.
McCutchen, the home run with his team down a run, leading off this top of the 9th inning. Alvarez waiting at count of 1-0, and a fastball in the outside corner is a strike to even the count. Well, now you look ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, and the Reds have Ryan Ludwig, the first baseman Brian Pena, and then Zach Cozart. Should we get any further than that, a pinch hitter. 1-2 on Alvarez.
Missed the spot right there, but still got the strike call. See Mesoraco set up on the outer half, and that ball runs back on the inner half. 4 strike.
And this inning is set up beautifully as far as where they are in their lineup for Clint Hurdle. Should Alvarez hit one in the river right now, you still have Melanson in the game. And if not, they have Watson, the reliever, getting loose in the bullpen. Inning over. But Andrew McCutchen leading off the 9th. Hammers one to straightaway center field, knotting this game at 5 apiece. Cincinnati comes to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning against a new Pirate pitcher, National League All-Star pitcher, Tony Watson. It was not an All-Star night. In just 2/3 of an inning, Watson allowed 5 hits, 3 earned runs, as the Reds came back to beat Watson and the Pirates with that 3-run 8th inning.
You see all the fastball right there. He got beat with his fastball last night. They were squaring him up. He couldn't get it out of the zone like he wanted, but he came into the game last night, as you mentioned, with a .84 ERA, so he's been really good for the Pirates.
Well, in his prior 43 games this year, Watson had allowed 4 runs, and he gave up 3 in 2/3 of an inning last night. And one of the guys who got him for a base hit in that inning steps in there right now. It's interesting how this batting order lines up. You've got Ludwig, who had a 2-out single after the home run by Mesoraco with 2 outs and nobody on. Heisey had a single, Santiago. Then the man on deck, Pena, had what turned out to be the game-winning base hit, knocking in a run off Watson. 1-1.
You talk about those hits last night off Watson, Tom, and they were all 2 outs. All came with 2 outs, 2-out RBIs.
He retired the first 2 batters in that inning last night. A couple of fly balls by Frazier and Bruce. Then he gave up a home run to Mesoraco and 4 straight 2-out hits. And he gives up a hit to begin the bottom of the 9th inning today. Now, make no mistake about it, the Pirates, as they have been red hot, and they've been making this great run here over the last month, they have been riding these outstanding arms in their bullpen. This is the 6th time in the last 9 days that Watson has come into a game.
Man, you talk about that. Yeah, he might be a little flat, and yeah, he might be in his head a little bit. But you look at what he's getting beat with, and if you're a Reds hitter, you come up looking for the fastball, and it's a good one. It's 96, 97 miles an hour. But if you're going to live and die by it, there's a red hitter. That's what you're looking for.
Well, now Pena. And knocked down by Watson. That's a good play. And they get one, but Mercer dropped the ball on what should have been a double play.
And Brian Price is coming out for a second because he thinks that was a bobble on the transfer by Mercer. Take a look at it again. You see a nice play by Watson. Gets up. Nice throw. You see that little bobble right there, but I'm thinking there's more on the transfer, him going in the glove to get it out. But you know that these new rules, you have to take a look at it again. Did he have it long enough? I don't know. Looked like a bobble, but Brian Price must have been satisfied with the answer as he walks off or jogs off.
I'll tell you what, that was a hard hit ball. That was a good play right there by the Pirate pitcher.
That ball had base hit all over it.
Zach Cozart, the batter. That is a winning run at first base here in the bottom of the 9th inning. But Pena does not run well. With all the injuries, the Reds had loaded up on the numbers in their bullpen. They have 8 relievers. They had 9 until today. And so they've already used Heisey. They've already used Lutz. And they're down to Christopher Negron and Neftali Soto, whom they've just brought up from the minor leagues in the last 48 hours. Fastball away, 1-1.
And I talked about the fastball with Watson. There, yes, was fastball was the 2-seamer. So he's gotten away from the hard one we've seen the last couple of nights. He's gotten beat with 96, 97. He's going to an 89-mile-an-hour little 2-seamer.
Swung on and fouled out a play to get ahead 1-2. One of the things this Reds team did not do this entire year until this week was come from behind by more than 2 runs in any game. And they had only done that 1 time. And then they come back from 5 runs down against the Cubs 3 days ago, 4 runs down last night, and of course 4 runs down tonight. And there's a base hit into center field. So now the winning run is at second base. And they'll send up the rookie Neftali Soto to face Tony Watson.
Look at that stat right there, 4 walk-off wins this season. Now, not a lot, but when you talk about what they've done of late, that's the most important. They've been playing really good baseball, and they're capitalizing on opportunities.
The Pirate bullpen over the last 4 games, they're 0-3, including last night. They had a blown save. And if you include tonight, they've worked 11 innings, allowed a whopping 16 hits, and 7 earned runs. And this is, without a doubt, has been anyway, the last number of years, the strength of this Pirate ball club. Now, they had Jason Grilli, an all-star last year. They traded him away. Frieri coming over from the Angels. Melanson, a setup guy, now at close. There's a lot of things moving around down there.
But you still find these big arms. Talk about Watson, his 96 miles an hour fastball. You talk about Frieri. If you can get him back on track, he has another powerful arm.
Neftali Soto just brought up from the minor leagues today. He has spent time with the Reds, a little bit of time this year. Was basically coming off the bench and rarely ever playing. And you see in limited playing time, his numbers, was having a big year for their AAA affiliate down in Louisville, Kentucky. Pena the winning run at second with 1 out. We're in the 9th. And Soto quickly behind Watson at 0-2. Pena does not run well out at second base. The 0-2 pitch. We'll do it again. Brian Price has said for the last little more than a week after they were hit by the injuries again and shuttling guys in and out and trying to figure out what they were going to do, that playing with a short bench had not hurt him yet. Well, right now he clearly would prefer to have somebody else running at second base.
Yes, he would.
0-2 on Neftali Soto. It remains 0-2.
Well, the big thing for me as a runner at second base, and not a fast runner, is you can't get doubled off. You have to play it smart. You have to take a good secondary, but also make the right call in terms of line drives and things like that.
Still 0-2. And once again fouled out of play. He's beaten him, fouling it off to the opposite field side, but he's still around.
That's what you got to do. You got to fight in these situations. You keep fighting, and hopefully he makes a mistake. We saw last inning with Broxton. You know, you get McCutchen up there, made a mistake, ball ran back over, he deposited for a home. Same situation for Soto.
Soto waits once more on the 0-2. A check of Pena, the runner at second. And a fastball sails wide. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The winner of this game picks up a game in the National League Central Division standings. For the Reds, they'd be a half game out of first. For the Pirates, they'd be 2.5 back. One-two to Soto. Struck him out on a high fastball for the second out of the inning. And now Billy Hamilton. Well, Billy Hamilton had a game-ending run-scoring base hit against the Cubs down the left field line, completing that 5-0 come-from-behind win, the first walk-off hit for the rookie Billy Hamilton. And his 25 hits this year with runners in scoring position are the most on this Reds team.
We look at that hit the other day. He had no clue what that was, but he got rewarded. Putting bound the baseball.
Hamilton tonight, 1 of 4, struck out swinging each of his first 2 times up. Had a single, stole a base, scored on the Frazier 3-run home run in the 6th. And then with a runner in scoring position, he hit a rocket right at McCutchen, who caught it in the 7th inning. Straight up in the air, over by the stands. Martin with room. We're on our way to extra innings. So Watson slams the door in the ninth. 5-5 at the end of 9. In extra inning games this season, the Pirates have won 5 out of 9. The Reds have won 3 of 7. And right-hander J.J. Hoover now takes over on the mound for Cincinnati.
You look around the stadium, Tom, people have had enough after 9. They say, hey, you know what, I came for 9 innings.
They have the largest regular season crowd that was a non-opening day game in the history of this ballpark here tonight. 42,789. Gabby Sanchez to lead it off, and a breaking ball spins in there for strike 1 from Hoover. Mercer to follow, and then Josh Harrison.
See everybody carrying their Billy Hamilton bobbleheads around.
0-2. Well, I would imagine, Cliff, neither manager has to say much to their respective teams in that dugout about how important this game is here tonight. You know, in 162, you say, give me a break. No one game is important. Whenever you have a chance to gain on a division leader and get as close as both of these teams would be should they win here tonight, it's a big game.
Yeah, you don't want to give any away, especially heading to the All-Star break, especially when guys, you know, I've always heard managers say, you know, going into the All-Star break, whether you win or lose, just the confidence needs to be up. You need to go and relax for 4 days. If you're not going to the All-Star game, go home with a good head on your shoulders and relax a little bit. feeling good about what you accomplished in the first half. That's just a pitcher's pitch. Nothing Gabby can say or do about that one.
You know, especially when you look at both of these teams. Look, regardless of what happens tonight or tomorrow, both of these teams have to feel good about the way they started. They weathered the storm as far as injuries concerned. We talked about that with the Pirates, especially in their rotation, and the Reds really up and down their entire rosters. It's strike one to Mercer. They have the two best records. The Reds #1, the Pirates #2, going back to early June among all National League teams. So both have played very, very well. But maybe a little more so for the Pirates because of the way potentially this first half could end. You were on such a great run against some of the lesser teams in baseball, but teams you're supposed to beat. That they did. But then you run into two of the top teams that have been the top two teams really in the division over the last 5 years, in the Cardinals and the Reds. As that ball is hit hard into right field down the line, Bruce cannot get it. You lose 3 out of 4 in St. Louis. You lose the opener here if you're the Pirates to the Reds last night. Now you lose here tonight, you're going into the series finale against Cueto tomorrow. You may not go home feeling real good at the break.
No, and it's the way they've lost these games. I think that's the one thing that you look at and you go, hey, in St. Louis, you know, we didn't hit when we needed to hit. We run in the scoring position. We didn't do the things that we needed. Yeah, we got some hits, but we didn't hit when we needed to hit with guys on base. And then you come in here, you lose a tough one last night when you lead and going into the 7th, 8th inning. And that's how you start that snowball effect going down. So you have to be able to correct that. And the way to do it is to sort of squeak a win out here tonight and figure out, you know what, going into tomorrow, you figure out how you can get to Cueto. Hopefully get to him early. But first things first, you got to complete the comeback tonight.
That one rolled over foul. 2-2 to Mercer. Frazier is up and throwing in the Pirate bullpen. Now, he's a guy they made the deal with, a couple of struggling closers for both the Pirates and the Angels, with Grilli being traded out for Frazier. Swing and a miss by Mercer, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for J.J. Hoover.
If it's one thing I've learned from looking at these hard throwers and these guys coming out of the bullpen, you talked about Ferrer. We're going to take a look at that last pitch from Hoover. Nice little downward action out the strike zone for a strikeout. But you talk about these big arms. You talk about Ferrer. Can you get him back on track? Well, it's not so much the big arm. It's the location of the pitches with the big arm. So he's still velocity-wise 95, 96, but it's right down the middle of the plate, and you're just going to get beat the big league level with that.
Now Josh Harrison. He was kind enough to join us. For those of you that weren't with us, you know, we oftentimes get wrapped up in talking about sports and about these athletes, and many of them deservedly so. As Harrison fouls it away, but if you weren't with us, young man born right here in Cincinnati, still makes his home here, Josh Harrison. And there you get a look at his family. His mom was up here in the booth with us, Bonita. His father, Vince Harrison Sr. He's to the far right of your screen there. Boy, and it was just fabulous having mother and son on Fox television together here tonight.
Yeah, we had some fun with that one.
Sure did.
And, you know, you look at the family right there, you see mom sitting away from dad. They can vent separately. You know, you don't vent to one another. Good look at the Harrison family.
Josh grew up in a little town called Glendale, only a town of about 2,100. I mean, it's like turning back the clock in a little town where he grew up. Walked to school every day, no school buses, that kind of thing. It was, you know, the mom and dad obviously setting a tremendous example and a great foundation for that entire Harrison family.
These little towns are always neat. Everybody know everybody. Everybody gets along. And then you have a superstar like this, and everybody is like, it's like their son.
That's right.
Not just the Harrison family, but everybody in that community.
And it's one of the really great parts about living in cities the size like a Cincinnati and a Pittsburgh is that, you know, you can go 8 miles out of downtown or less, and you can find those towns of 2,100 people, 2,400 people, where the kids can walk or ride their bike to school. And it's not suggesting you can't find them in the big city, but you got to go a lot further than 8 miles to find.
You better believe.
Two and two the count on Harrison. Grounded foul. Two outs in the 10th of a 5-5 game. J.J. Hoover against Josh Harrison in the pitch. In the air, short left center. And a 1-2-3 10th inning for Hoover. Frieri will come on as the Reds bat in the bottom of the inning. Frazier due up second. Game-tying solo home run in the 9th inning off Jonathan Broxton. First home run allowed by Broxton this year. Pirates jumped out to a 4-0 lead in this game, and then the Reds made it 4-2 on a 2-1 pinch hit home run by Heisey. 3 batters later, Frazier gave him a lead with a 3-run home run. And then McCutchen's blast leading off the 9th against Broxton. And here we are in the bottom of the 10th inning. Ernesto Frieri. He stranded his 2 inherited runners. He took over for Watson, who was hung with a loss here last night. But it has been tough since coming over. Well, it was tough even with the Angels for Frieri, and he's fallen behind Ramon Santiago at 2-0.
Well, this has been his problem. You know, getting behind in counts and then having to throw the fastball over the heart of the plate. And when you do that, these hitters will make you pay consistently. They don't take days off when you get behind in counts at the big league level.
Yes, sir. 3-0. Todd Frazier waits in the on-deck circle. Jay Bruce 2 up third here in the Reds' 10th inning. Santiago trying to buy ball 4 there. It was a borderline strike, maybe up in the strike zone, but a strike nonetheless.
The ball's high.
Yep. I was getting ready to say maybe not.
No. Man Gonzalez has had a tough night behind the dish, needs to say.
Well, there's ball 4. So perhaps justice served if you're Ramon Santiago. And that'll bring Frazier to the plate. He had a single in the first inning, stole a base, lined out on a leaping spectacular grab by McCutchen in the 4th inning. And McCutchen wasn't going to bring the one that he hit back in the 6th inning. That was way back for a 3-run home run. And then Melanson got Frazier on a ground ball to short his last time up. 2 out of 4. 2 with a run scored and 3 batted in. Frieri in 7 games as a Pirate, including tonight and walking the first batter he's faced, has allowed 9 hits and 6 earned runs in 4 innings.
I mean, you talk about getting him back on track. Well, that's not going to get him back on track, but if you want Clint to use you, you have to be able to come in and not walk the leadoff guy, especially, and nothing against Ramon Santiago, but with the fastball that he has, he should be able to throw strikes more consistent than he does.
One and 0 to count on Todd Frazier. Nowhere near the strike zone. 2-0. And even with a big slugger like Frazier, now Cliff, you were this kind of a hitter. I mean, you were a guy that teams were scared to death of. When a guy has just walked the first batter on arguably what should have been 4 pitches, they call one on the strike, already walks him on 5. Now they throw ball 1, they throw ball 2 to you nowhere near the strike. 2 schools of thought. You're ready to hit 2-0 to hammer something, or do you make this guy prove that he can throw a single strike first?
You know, I would like to see him, you know, especially when you're nowhere near the strike zone, you have to throw me a strike. Am I ready? Of course, but I'm not near as ready as I would be if a guy was around the plate a little bit, but just off. Ferrari hasn't been nowhere near the dish, and, you know, if I'm Frazier, I'm looking to hit him here, but I'm not sold. I'm not selling out. Well, I was wrong again tonight, but
well, it doesn't make you wrong. It just makes sure the way you looked at it different.
Yeah, and that ball was out the strike zone.
And it was a breaking ball 2-0. There's no way he's looking breaking ball 2-0.
No. You know, he did sell out. I said no way you sell out completely 100%. Well, Frazier was selling out 100%. He was swinging regardless. As we see on the replay.
And he comes back nowhere near the strike zone on another breaking ball. Well, if he was hacking 2-0, you got to believe he's hacking 3-1.
I'm saying he's selling out now. Again. If he's not, I'm not going nowhere. Now I'm going home. No, you know, they got a nice casino here, but I'm going to go home.
They've got that left-hander Justin Wilson getting ready in the bullpen, you would assume, for Jay Bruce. And back-to-back walks by Frieri in a tie game in the 10th inning. Now, there are a number of ways where Brian Price, as a first-year manager, has differed from his predecessor and one of his mentors, Dusty Baker. He has not been afraid to ask guys in a lineup to put down a sacrifice bunt regardless of where they bat in the lineup. Jay Bruce has a sacrifice already this year. They've asked Ryan Ludwig to put down a sacrifice this year. Brandon Phillips has a couple already this year. Do they ask Bruce to bunt? Well, that would be against the left-hander because Clint Hurdle has seen enough of Ernesto Frieri. Wilson v. Bruce with 2 on and nobody out in a 5-5 game. We see the other one behind Justin Wilson, behind Tony Watson, and that's left-hander Justin Wilson. Now, his numbers this year have not been nearly as good as they were in a superb 2013 year, but really, that's a story for a couple of these Pirate relievers. Obviously, they've already traded away their closer, Grilling. All right, now Jay Bruce. Two on, nobody out. And it's ball one inside. And no sign of a bunt on that first pitch.
I think it's a little hard when you talk about lefty-lefty matchups. It's already hard enough to hit them. When you talk about trying to bunt them, especially with the velocity that you see with Wilson right here, 94, 95, it'd be a little too hard, I think, for Jay Bruce to put it down.
Ramon Santiago, the winning run at second base with nobody out. And now 2-0 to Jay Bruce. Jay Bruce has more home runs against left-handed pitching over the last 4.5 years than any player in Major League Baseball. That includes right-handed hitters.
Well, you know, you look at him, and it's a testament to him getting better. You look at that stat, and I take my hat out to him because I was a lefty-on-lefty hitter. And it's hard to do. It's hard to hit. Not only get a hit, but hit it out the ballpark as he's done. Hats off to him for that.
Broken bat there on a 2-0 pitch, grounded foul. Now, of course, here with 2 on and nobody out, the Pirates are unable to put the big shift in this at bat to Jay Bruce. And the way they're lined up right now, Bruce has 1 hit in 4 at bats with the shift. With this defensive alignment, Bruce would have 3 hits in the game tonight. Now, that's a big what if, but it has proven to be very effective tonight, this defensive shifting against the Reds' right fielder.
Yeah, you look at the shift, and I've never been a big fan, of course, of the shift, but you see it so much today in the game that you have to pay mind to it and sort of look at it as being beneficial to teams. And it definitely helps. I mean, you look at defenses, if you can get the pitchers to execute the pitch to actually help the shift and make the shift look good, then of course it makes sense.
Total number of shifts already this year, well past the total for all of last season.
That's amazing.
2-1 to Bruce. And he started 2, laid off ball 3.
Those are tough pitches. You talk about a guy, you talk about the number of home runs that hit against lefty on lefty. That's confidence right there. Most lefty hitters swing at that pitch. You see that as a ball in the inner half of the plate.
A 5-5 game, last of the 10th inning. Santiago, the winning run at second base, nobody out. 3-1 to Jay Bruce. And it's ripped into right field in. They're going to wave around Santiago. Here comes the throw from Polanco. The runner is out at the plate. What a throw by the rookie Polanco. On to third base goes Todd Frazier. Bruce with a base hit advances to second on the throw home. And for the time being anyway, we remain tied at 5.
Now I don't mind that stand right there, but what a throw by the youngster out there in right field. We'll take a look back at this. Jay Bruce smokes his ball. You see Santiago get a good jump, rounds it nice, going out, getting the downside by Mesoraco, but great throw by the youngster.
That's a great pick. Wow, this is a short hop throw. This is a great pick by Russell Martin here.
It is a great pick. You're talking about an athlete out there behind the dish. That's a great pick. Talking about a guy who can play third base as well, so he can pick it.
Well, now they're going to intentionally walk Devin Mesoraco, as that will be an easy decision really there for manager Hurdle. What a big time throw delivered by the rookie Gregory Polanco after Bruce had come up with a big base hit against this reliever Justin Wilson. So now it'll be the left-hander Wilson against the veteran Ryan Ludwig. Naturally, the Pirates are going to bring the outfield in. They'll play the infield about midway up the middle. They have to play in case of a ground ball double play. Alvarez at third, Sanchez at first will play even with a bag. They're coming home on a ground ball to them.
All around. And as a hitter, you don't even look at this defense. You just go up there and you do your thing. You can't look out there and go, I have to do this, I have to do that. No, you don't. You got to square up a baseball and hopefully hit it, deep enough or get one through the infield.
Bases loaded, 1 out. And a fastball way inside on Ludwig. Boy, that is some gas from the left-hander Wilson.
96. Lowe was like, hey, that's the only time you want to get hit by 96. And don't hit the arm, just hit the sleeve.
Todd Frazier is the runner at third. 1 out. And now ball and a strike. He came with 96 gas again, and Ludwig came up empty. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's not a lot of guesswork involved here.
No. If you're going to get beat with the best. So 96, don't get beat with a slider.
One and one to Ryan Ludwig. Threw a fastball right by him again to get ahead 1-2.
This is just gas. See if you can hit it right down the middle, splits the plate in half. Lower comes up empty.
The inning began with a couple of walks, then a base hit, runner thrown out of the plate. An intentional walk to Mesoraco to load him up. And this crowd of nearly 43,000 all standing, hoping to celebrate. Wilson has other ideas. The 1-2 pitch. Just off the inside, cornered even to count at 2-2. That fastball at 97.
Yeah, and Ludwig had nothing he can do but take it. Couldn't hit it. Can't hit that pitch right there.
Now the 2-2. Struck him out on what would have been ball 3, and that's his second out of the inning as Ludwig goes down in a huge spot.
You talk about gas. Wilson just rears back in there and says, see if you can hit it. 97 up in the zone. Always looks like a good pitch as a hitter, but it's always too tall for you.
Well, last night's hero for the Reds has a chance to be tonight's hero, and that is Brian Pena. He had the single in the 3-run bottom of the 8th inning against the left-hander Watson that proved to be the game winner. Fastball is strike 1. First and second, nobody out. Great play made by Polanco and by Martin. Cutting down Santiago on a base hit by Bruce. Bases loaded, 1 out. A strikeout of Ludwig. Now they're loaded with 2 away. And right down the middle for strike 2.
See that stat right there. He struggles right-handed a little bit, but those 2 pitches, I don't know. I mean, you can't be looking for anything other than a fastball.
And he blows him away. And how about the work of Justin Wilson? He fans Ludwig, fans Pena with the bases loaded. Pirates, 5 runs, 11 hits, 8 men left for the Reds. They've committed the game's only error. Here was a play in the plate that cut down the winning run. Throw, great pick by Martin, and puts a tag on a sliding Santiago. And after the strikeouts to end the inning, Clint Hurdle, a big high five, as he should have, for Russell Martin.
You read those lips, he's saying, what a play. That was a great play. I mean, I don't know too many catchers other than maybe Yadier, Yadier Molina. They catch that ball and can put the tag on at the same time.
So here we go in the top half of the 11th inning. And Polanco, who made that throw, will lead things off. Polanco snapped an 0 for 15 streak with a run-scoring single back in the 4th inning. He's been on base twice. Walked, stole a base, scored a run in the 6th. One and one on Polanco, to be followed by a pinch hitter. That is a pinch hitter for the pitcher. They'll bring in Jeff Decker from their bench, as that one is swung on and fouled out of play. So Decker waiting. Wilson out of the game. What a job he did. You say what a job he did.
Right.
What a job he did because of the throw by Polanco and the catch by Martin. Otherwise, the first batter he faces, he gives up the game-losing single.
Yeah, that was a bullet through the hole, and you gave Polanco a chance. But look at Polanco's night, and he's 1 for 4 with a ribby, and you take that, of course, any night. But nothing more important than that throw last inning. That was just a great throw. No, Martin picked it, but he made a great throw on the target.
Of course, Wilson did his best work after that play at the plate. After an intentional walk, strikes out Ludwig and Pena to get out of the inning and send us to this top of the 11th. 2-2 now on Polanco. Now Hoover's working his 2nd inning. He had a 1-2-3 10th inning. This has been a very, very long week for both of these teams. They played every day this week, but the Reds have played one additional game. They had a day-night doubleheader against the Cubs here on Tuesday afternoon. And then on Thursday, they played a 12-inning game in the series finale against the Cubs.
And that just wears you out. I mean, I know you got the All-Star break coming, but you still are worn out from these games. You don't get a day off. You play 2 games, as you mentioned. You have to get your rest. You have to be able to, get to the ballpark and find time for yourself to relax and get off your feet. Tough week.
2-2 to Polanco, and it swung on and fouled out of play off to the 3rd base side. Well, the winner of this game will gain ground in the National League Central, because the Milwaukee Brewers, who had that devastating loss last night, they've had a couple of real heartbreakers themselves this week, much like the Pirates have had. It's a high fly ball into left field. It'll back up Ludwig. And it's out number 1 here in the 11th inning. But they had that game where they were up 6-0 last night. But for whatever reason, Giovanni Gallardo in his career against the St. Louis Cardinals is 1-12. They gave him a 6-0 lead last night, and he could not hold it. Wow. They wound up losing, did Rodriguez, in the 9th inning. And then today, it was all Cardinals right from the start in a 10-2 decision.
And when it rains, it pours, doesn't it? And you look at a guy, you look at that loss last night, and it sort of boils over, because you look at today's game and you haven't won the best in the game you have to face in Wainwright. And now you're going, wow, we won one last night. Yeah, it's tough to lose against Wainwright, but at least salvage one. You got the first. And by losing that one, you just come out tomorrow and you hope to get one.
Jeff Decker 0 for 3. since brought in from the minor leagues. Was brought up 2 days ago from Indianapolis. He had 21 doubles, 29 runs batted in, 71 games for their Triple-A team, just about an hour and a half up the road from here in Cincinnati, over in Indianapolis, Indiana. In his second stint with the Major League club this year. McCutchen on deck. 2-2 on Jeff Decker. Fastball right by Decker, and that's out number 2. 3 strikeouts for J.J. Hoover, but now the showdown. Because look who's coming up. Reds had a 1-run lead in the ninth. No Aroldis Chapman tonight. They gave the ball to Jonathan Broxton. And for the first time all year long, Broxton surrenders a home run. And it comes off the bat of McCutchen, which tied the game at 5, and that's where we are here with 2 outs in the top of the 11th inning. And he's in the air, and McCutchen to the wall is Ludwig, and it is gone. He ties the game in the ninth. He gives the Pirates a lead in the 11th.
He's just so good, Tommy. He's so good, and the reason I say that is fastball he took out against Broxton, 95, dead center. You think he's coming in looking this pitch to get a fastball? No, he sits on a curveball and yanks him out of the ballpark to left. Just tremendous hitter, pro.
Boy, that is stepping up in a big way by McCutchen. They'll get the final out of the inning on the ground ball to first, but McCutchen in the ninth tied it, and in the 11th gives the Pirates a 1-run lead. Of the game brought to you by Burger King. What else would they be? In the ninth inning, McCutchen on a fastball from Jonathan Broxton to straightaway center to tie it. And with 2 outs in the 11th on a curveball, gives the Pirates a lead.
Both those sound hard. However you look at them. I mean, he just went up there first pitch looking in that second at bat right there, looking for a curveball, got it, and knew what to do with it. I mean, those are things you miss. Those are things you love about the game. You try to give it to the viewers as ex-players, what guys are looking for, and he probably was thinking about that next at bat if he got the opportunity to say, hey, I know I'm not going to go up here and look fastball. I'm going to go up here and look at off-speed pitches, and if I get it, I'm going to put a good swing on it. And with his night tonight, the way he's been hitting the baseball, I mean, the edge was going in his favor.
See the changes on defense. And this one is launched into left center field by Kozar and caught by McCutchen at the wall. That's against a new pitcher, Jenmar Gomez, who never has recorded a save in his career, and he's trying to get one now.
Well, to the help of his outfielders playing in that no doubles depth, it gives him an opportunity. McCutchen, even though he can run down balls, and he definitely will run down balls, it helps him out a lot. We're talking about that no double depth. You see him playing deep than normal. Gets a good jump on that ball. He still has to get a good jump, but is able to run it down in the gap.
Well, here you see Gomez. Worked a couple of scoreless innings on Wednesday night in St. Louis. And one thing he's not done recently is give up the home run ball. He's not allowed a home run his last 19 2/3 innings. Christopher Negron just brought up from the minor leagues yesterday. The Reds have 4 rookies right now among their position players, what with the injuries again that have hit their team over the last week, and especially this week.
That's always tough to overcome. We talked about the amount of games they had to play this week, and when you have those injuries start to build up, it puts a burden on the team. It puts a burden on everybody.
Negron brought up from Louisville Thursday when Brandon Phillips was lost. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 3 home runs, 25 runs batted in, 15 doubles at AAA Louisville. And much like Josh Harrison, Negron, one of those guys, plays everywhere. Anywhere in the outfield, anywhere in the infield. Two and two. The Reds had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 10th inning. Got a base hit by Bruce, runner thrown out of the plate, but then they had him loaded with only 1 out, and Justin Wilson slammed the door. That ball's in the air to right field. Polanco with room in front of the wall for out number 2.
He going down swinging. Those balls are touched. Both of them. Talk about this play right here. Polanco comes up firing, and just a pick by Russell Martin. You talk about the athlete he is. Good throw, but this is a short hop. Most catchers don't come up with that. Russell Martin's able to. You see his manager Clint come out. What a play! But it was all because of him. That youngster right there, Polanco.
Well, now Billy Hamilton, 1 of 5 in the game, and he looks at a first pitch strike. Oh, and 1 the count on Billy Hamilton. And now ball and a strike. It's incredible. McCutchen went 2 for 2 against the Reds bullpen tonight. Both of them home runs, 1 to tie and 1 to take the lead. The rest of the team only had 2 hits against the Reds bullpen combined.
And I promise you, Tom, before you hit that homer, I was going to say, I don't know if I want to mess with him tonight anymore. You know, he didn't show me that he's locked in tonight. I'm not saying you don't want to second guess hit your the managers, but you look at that situation. I don't know if I want to mess with him. He was just hitting the ball all over the place tonight hard.
And there's ball 3 to Hamilton. Well, we mentioned up until this year, the Reds had done a great job. Yeah, they'll give up the home runs, but guys like McCutchen they're going to hit home runs. But this year, he has been a man possessed against the Reds. They have held him down, but not this year. Hamilton, a swing and a foul ball and a 3-1 pitch. Count runs full. Pirates a strike away, an out away. McCutchen will start in the All-Star game on Tuesday night, as he should. I mean, he's on pace to be every bit as good, if not better, than last year. And that's in every facet of the game.
Yeah.
Swinging the bat, running the bases, playing defense, and a team leader. And a line drive, center field, game over. 3 Rockets in the 11th inning. But McCutchen able to run it down, and the Pirates come away with a wild 6-5 win. And 1-run decisions, nothing new when these two get together. We're back to wrap things up from Cincinnati after these messages.